truth hits different when the facts come out. Scrolling through the chaos, everybody's got a take. But Steve's in the live with the sources on display. No rumors, no drama, no somebody said. Just what's proven, what's solid, what's actually been read. He's calling out the claims, separating real from fake. Cutting through confusion like a clean earthquake. Current events, yeah, he's got that mapped. If it's not there about, it's getting unwrapped. So drop your questions, drop your doubt. Steve's here sorting all the truth from the cloud. No panic, no spin, no agenda to flatter. Just one simple rule, facts still matter. Facts still matter, say it louder, say it louder. Truth cuts through all the noise, that's power. Steve's in the chat with the real-time data. Drop that spin, we'll fact check it later. Facts still matter, yeah, we're keeping receipts. Headlines fly, but we read past the tweets. If it's news, if it's now, Steve breaks it down. Cause the truth hits different when the facts come out.
Good morning, my friends. Happy Monday morning, February the 9th. Glad you're here, 8 o'clock Eastern time. We appreciate you. We know you got many choices to make every day, and we're grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you, thank you. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. There is a gifting goal today, multiple gifting goals. You guys can help us out with that. Do all the various things. Please consider joining our team. Please also consider joining our Discord. You can find the link to that in the link tree that's in my bio. If for some reason it doesn't work, you can either copy the URL, put it in a browser, that should take care of it for you, or you can reach out to one of our amazing moderators and they will help you out as well. A few things to address. First, if you're in the merch store, or I should say if you're in the link tree and you find Facts HQ, that is the merch store. There are still some items available to in support of our friends in Minneapolis. You know, the recent Nobel Peace Prize nominee, the city of Minneapolis. We are supporting an organization there called canmn.org. I think what we'll do is we'll run this promotion till Valentine's Day, because what better day to send some love. So any and all proceeds from the sale of any of the items identified as merch, there's a Minnesota Strong, basically, you'll see them in there. All proceeds will go directly to support that organization, canmn.org. Real quick update, as you guys know, we are in the process of, we just recently kicked off our Do Something Tour campaign, and to date, we've received $614 in donations. It's a big number. I'm going to really need your help for that. I was thinking about $1 a day or whatever it might be to kind of help us push us across the finish line. Couple of deadlines coming up, some sort of, self-imposed deadlines, if you will. But if you want to support the channel, best way to do that to help get me out on the road for our Do Something Tour, you can do that at Factsstillmatter on all the various things, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. There's that. Okay. Also, keep in mind that we will continue to update you on status of the of the Do Something Tour. Please consider following our Instagram. Please consider following us on YouTube and also on Twitch, because we'll be using all of our various socials to update everybody. But there's a lot coming over the next few weeks, and my life is changing significantly so I can do this tour. I'm committing a large portion of my day to make all this happen. A lot of people are working behind the scenes to make it work, but I'm going to need your help. So if you want to, thank you, Swishy Raiders. Hearts in the chat for the Swishy Raiders, please. Hearts in the chat. So again, if you want to help out, there's many ways to do so. If you have some skills, or if you're interested in perhaps becoming part of our team, you can go. If you again, just go to the link tree. Back up a second. Go to the link tree, join the Discord, and you can find the Do Something channel that is in our Discord, and that should give you a lot of information. If you have any questions, you can reach out to myself or to our moderators, and we will get this across the finish line. So thank you. Happy Monday. Glad you're being here. Glad you're here. Congratulations, Seahawks fans. Rough night for my team. I get it. I'll leave it. I'll just say this. Defense wins, and I've never seen a more intense defensive effort in a Super Bowl in my life. So congratulations, Seahawks fans. Well-deserved and certainly earned. Thank you for that. Anyway, so here we are, roughly, 72 hours after the racist president of the United States put out a, depicting the Obamas as apes. And the thing that I still, it doesn't surprise me, right? Because over the weekend, spending some time in the TikTok streets, remember, I go to places so you don't have to. You're welcome, and I don't recommend it. The way in which people are trying to defend it, which got me thinking, stop defending the indefensible. Like, why are we defending this? Well, we know why. Case in point, people are saying that wasn't his intention. How the fuck would you know? Because that would be just as easily for me to say that was exactly his intention. I think that my opinion on that is probably more valid because it's backed up with a lot of facts and evidence. We know of his history. We'll get into that in just a little bit. I've just watched how far this administration will go to defend racism. Blatant, obvious, overt, over-the-top racism. How far this administration will go to defend and protect predators. I've said it a million times and I'll say it again. A system built by people who look like me to benefit people who look like me, and more importantly and most disgustingly, to protect people who look like me. So here we are. We find ourselves in this space where we have a current president using a social media platform that has already spewed lies and nonsense and hateful rhetoric, going after the first Black president and his wife, and in an obvious racial projection of his racism. And what do we get? We don't get an apology. We get, I did nothing wrong. We don't get any kind of regret from the White House. No, instead from Kayleigh McEnany, people are, well, add her to the list, from Triple K. Triple K, it's, oh yeah, people should just get over it. It's just a meme. And people are saying, oh, well, it was buffering, or just scroll to the next video. It's all complete bullshit. It was intentional. Donald Trump is a racist, and his followers are attempting to defend it, which is partly why we say they're racist too. And it just, two things. So as someone who, has, reached the pinnacle of my career prior to going out of my own, as someone who sat, in the executive chair as a C-suiter. If anybody on my team had done anything like that, they would have lost their job. So one of the, it wouldn't have been pretty. One of the claims, or one of the methods of defense, so to speak, is that it was a staffer. Okay, then Susie Wiles should immediately tender her resignation. Like immediately. She is the chief of staff. It is her responsibility. It was in the middle of the night. It was not a staffer. And if it is a staffer, then somebody going rogue and the president has no idea. I mean, his story has changed multiple times. So first it wasn't that he had seen it. Then it was that he saw it, but he didn't see the end. Then it was, I've done nothing wrong. So if it was a staffer, then fire the staffer and make it public so people know. If it truly was a staffer, then Susie Wiles should immediately be tendering her resignation. So that's why we know it wasn't a staffer. That's why we know it was, in fact, the president of the United States. And the lengths to which people have gone to try to defend this is mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. It took a couple of people in the Republican Party finally to say something before the president took it down. I think it was up for like 12 hours. You can say whatever you want. You can try to defend it any way you want to. It just makes you look horrible. For people really saying he didn't intend it. So I challenged a couple people on thinking that over the weekend. I'm like, how do you know what he intended? Well, it's obviously he didn't intend that. Again, how do you know it's obvious that he didn't intend to do that? Because I could sit here and say he intended to do it. And then their response was, well, no, he didn't. How do you know? How do you know? You don't. So all we have, right? We don't know. You can't measure intent, right? You have somebody who has to tell you. Of course, the president's not going to tell you that. He's just going to deny it. All we know is what his history is. All we know that he's got decades of racism, decades long examples of racism, blatant and obvious racism. Do you think Stephen Miller cares about DEI? Do you think Stephen Miller, what do you think Stephen Miller was doing from the crypt? When this went public, he was celebrating it. Just like he was I'm sure he was really, we're going to talk about Bad Bunny in a second, because that was one of the best Super Bowl halftime shows I've ever seen. I think Prince in the Rain singing Purple Rain, I think that is the pinnacle for me, but it was great. And of course, the counter programming, we'll discuss that in just a moment, would track with kind of what we're discussing this morning. There is no defense for this. There is no, and you're right, Amy. That's the whole point. It was up for 12 hours. It was obviously intentional. So the spin that it took Tim Scott. By the way, Tim Scott, senator from South Carolina. Tim Scott, black man, has been tokenized by the president numerous times. And don't forget, they've appeared together at events, and Tim Scott's been a defender. Tim Scott wanted a spot in the cabinet, pretty obviously. That didn't happen. And Tim Scott said, this is the worst example of racism I've seen coming from this White House. And that still didn't get him to take it down. He took it down later, hours later. Thank you. So how else are we supposed to think about this? How else are we? I mean, what else is there? So stop defending the indefensible. Just stop. Well, people won't. You see, Johnny, here's the thing. First of all, it would be YOU''RE. No, we're not crying about Trump. We are calling out the fact that you support a bona fide racist and a child predator and a fraud and a criminal. So you can use your all caps to try to get some attention, Johnny. But it's not reflective on us or me, sir. It's more reflective on you. I'm sure you think it was just a coincidence, right? I'm sure you think that the president was not intentional, that it was just by accident, right? It was just by accident. If you want to use the whole Lion King meme reference, which Caroline Leavitt tried to use it as a defense, there were no apes in the Lion King. Not one. Not one. See, the thing is, Johnny, and people like you are the problem. Because you have no ability to call it out when you see it. And the reason that you won't call it out when you see it, Johnny, is because you probably think it's funny. Well, we don't. We don't. We're the president going after Olympic athletes now because a member of the Olympic team decided to say, it's tough wearing the flag right now. I'm here celebrating, working my ass off to become an Olympic athlete, and it's tough wearing the flag. The president goes after an Olympic athlete on Truth Social because he's a man-child, he's a baby, he's a malignant narcissist who's in failing health and is losing his mind and is dangerous. But yet, here we are, people still trying to defend it. People still trying to defend it. Not just here, but other places too. So this is I've played some sound from this before. This is LBC, British television, and Louis Goodall is interviewing a Trump ally, Nora Lee Notzon, with the president's racist video depicting Barack and Michelle Obama. And this is how the interview went. This is what she had to say.
It's not, we shouldn't be posting things like that. But as he said, it wasn't him. He's got a big group that's posting, and we know he's got a quirky sense of humor.
I'm sorry, a quirky sense of humor? A quirky sense of humor? Okay.
Quirky. Very invoking Jim Crow stereotypes that used to justify slavery.
Very quirky. That
decades and decades.
I don't think it was intended. And
see what I mean? I don't think it was intended. How the fuck would you possibly know that? And this is the problem, right? This is the problem for people who are in this camp, because if they were to call it out and they were to flat out say it was abso-fucking-lutely racist, then it does one of two things. They finally have to realize that they have to separate themselves from this, or by calling it out as racist, that means they condone it. That means they support it and or they sign on to it. Which one is it? Okay, here we go.
And I think it's unfortunate that it came out.
Why hasn't he apologized for it, do you think?
Exactly.
That I can't answer for Donald Trump. I know he did say, had he seen it, he wouldn't have liked it either. So that
had he seen it, he wouldn't have liked it either. Okay.
His underway of apologizing, his behind the doorway of apologizing. But we know Trump's not good at apologizing.
Well, the president's press secretary actually initially dismissed it as fake outrage. That's very easy for her to say, isn't it, as a white woman?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that should have never been published, and I think it's unfortunate it did. And as I'm saying, because it wasn't intended to be racist.
It wasn't intended to be racist. So Nora Lee Notzon, Notzon, a privileged white woman saying that it wasn't intended to be racist. And how the fuck would you know, Karen? How the fuck would you know that? How the fuck would you know that it wasn't intended to be racist? Okay.
And it came out, and for many people, it will be
clip.
considered racist. And I think it's unfortunate.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It'd be best just to give an apology.
I agree. Well,
let's move on to bigger issues.
For the benefit of the listeners who won't have heard it or seen it, let's just play the clip so they can hear it.
We've all seen it. We've all heard it. She's watching it now. And
so you can see that there. Would you say that that looks intentionally racist?
Without seeing what's coming next.
Well, that's it.
It's a cartoon, and then you're going to say, what are the cartoons? People make cartoons. What are they trying to make a cartoon
They're playing
about?
The Lion Sleeps Tonight, and they're depicting the only black first couple of the United States as apes.
Here's the full interview again.
Would you condemn that video as racist?
It's not. We shouldn't be posting things like that. But as he said, it wasn't him. He's got a big group that's posting, and we know he's got a quirky sense of humor.
Quirky,
very
invoking Jim Crow stereotypes that have been used to justify slavery.
Very quirky. That
decades and decades.
I don't think it was intended, and I think it's unfortunate that it came out.
Why hasn't he apologized for it, do you think?
It was unfortunate that it came out? Oh, so it would have been okay if it was just circulated internally? Got it.
That I can't answer for Donald Trump. I know he did say, had he seen it, he wouldn't have liked it either. So that's his underway of apologizing, his behind the doorway of apologizing. But we know Trump's not good at apologizing.
Well, the president's press secretary actually initially dismissed it as fake outrage. That's very easy for her to say, isn't it, as a white woman?
Sure is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that should have never been published, and I think it's unfortunate it did. And as I'm saying, because it wasn't intended to be racist, and it came out, and for many people, it will be considered racist. And I
get it. Again, it wasn't intended to be racist. So he didn't intentionally put it out, and it wasn't intended to be racist. Yes, he intentionally put it out, and yes, he's a motherfucking racist. Any questions? Yeah, well, that's not the only one. Brian Tyler Cohen does the rounds, and he is sitting down with someone who's trying to defend this. I'll play this little interview for you.
Respond to the claim that, okay, if it was racist and it was a mistake, why not just say that was wrong?
Yeah.
We shouldn't have put that out.
Why not?
I'm sorry that it got put out that way, but it's offensive to clearly a lot of people in this country, and I don't want to offend anybody, and I'm taking responsibility. When he has so often criticized people, including Joe Biden, for not taking responsibility, for being the auto pen guy, and then now blaming this on some staffer.
Right.
The latter part of his statement on Air Force One, they said, would you be offended? Or he said, I didn't like it. I wouldn't like it either. I mean, this was the question. And did you apologize? Are you sorry? And he said, I'm not sorry because I didn't do anything wrong. He didn't see it.
I'm not sorry because I didn't do anything wrong.
So he's not apologizing for that. And honestly, the amount of information that President Trump intakes from his staff and then goes through, he saw the Georgia fraud, they pass it off to his staffer. This is truly how it works. They clip it up and put it on his Truth Social. I believe his statement, and I don't think he had racist intent in the least.
Katie, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't have to debase yourself for Donald Trump in the way all of these Republicans debase themselves for Donald Trump. His claim that this was the fault of some staffer. What was the staffer? A 79-year-old with swollen ankles who, is weirdly attracted to his daughter.
She's sitting there lying because she can't be honest about it. She wants a spot at Fox News. She fits the bill, attractive blonde woman who goes behind a camera. She fits the script and to be the next person, the next Megyn Kelly, or the next, Megan Carlson, or whomever that might be, right? So if she was to ever come out and say it was disgusting, it was despicable, then you can kiss your fucking career goodbye. I don't know her name except her name is Katie. Here's the sound again.
How do you respond to the claim that, okay, if it was racist and it was a mistake, why not just say that was wrong? We shouldn't have put that out. I'm sorry that it got put out that way, but it's offensive to clearly a lot of people in this country, and I don't want to offend anybody, and I'm taking responsibility. When he has so often criticized people, including Joe Biden, for not taking responsibility, for being the auto pen guy, and then now blaming this on some staffer.
The latter part of his statement on Air Force One, they said, would you be offended? Or he said, I didn't like it. I wouldn't like it either. I mean, this was the question. And did you apologize? Are you sorry? He said, I'm not sorry because I didn't do anything wrong. He didn't see it, so he's not apologizing for that. And honestly, the amount of information that President Trump intakes from his staff and then goes through, he saw the Georgia fraud, they pass it off to his staffer. This is truly how it works. They clip it up and put it on his Truth Social. I believe his statement, and I don't think he had racist intent in the least.
Katie, you don't have to do this. Like, you don't have to debase yourself for Donald Trump in the way all of these Republicans debase themselves for Donald Trump. His claim that this was the fault of some staffer. What was the staffer? A 79-year-old with swollen ankles who, is weirdly attracted to his daughter.
Again, you just don't have there's no defense to this. You cannot defend it. You can't. You can try. As soon as you just slightly say, well, it's not like I don't think he intended to do it. They say he didn't intend to do it. It's not like they say that he should have apologized. Instead, they'll try to spin it to something else. Well, that's just the way the president does things. Yeah, that's fine. Well, we've got a bit of a history with the president. This is a story from Politico. President Trump, he eventually deleted the racist video on his social media account that depicted Michelle and Barack Obama as monkeys. Statement from Tim Scott, quote, praying, again, Tim Scott, black man, senator from South Carolina. Praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it. The post was a minute-long video rife with conspiracy theories about voting machines in the 2020 election. Cuts to a short clip of the Obamas in monkey form dancing to the tune "The Lion Sleeps Tonight," a song featured in the Disney hit The Lion King. Depicting black people as monkeys or apes is a centuries-old racist trope. The post drew widespread backlash, not just from Democrats, but from everybody. But the criticism from Scott, a longtime ally of Trump, once viewed as a potential vice presidential candidate, you didn't get picked, Tim. You didn't get picked. And the only black Republican in the Senate is particularly notable. In a statement issued before Scott's criticism, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt dismissed the backlash and said the clip came from a longer video that showed Trump as the Lion King and depicted Democrats as jungle characters. Among others, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and Senator Adam Schiff. All longtime rivals of the president are shown as an elephant, a boar, a meerkat, and a giraffe, respectively. But none of the other Democrats were included in Trump's post. None of them. Again, this is something that the right refuses to discuss. None of them were included. None of them were. Only the Obamas. Only the Obamas depicted as apes. Only the Obamas had a backtrack of when the lion sleeps tonight. And by the way, no apes in The Lion King. But again, just an accident. Again, from Caroline. This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King, said Leavitt. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public. Well, guess what, Caroline? This does matter to the American public because the last time I checked, there's more than just you and your pasty white fucking New Hampshire bullshit. We're going to talk about this term I've been hearing a lot lately, American culture, because it speaks to exactly what we're discussing this morning, right? Senators Roger Wicker, Republican of Mississippi, and Senator Pete Rickers, Republican of Nebraska, joined Scott by calling on Trump to take the post down. Quote, even if this was a Lion King meme, a reasonable person sees the racist context to this. The White House should do what anyone does when they make a mistake, remove this and apologize. So too did Rep. Mike Lawler, Republican from New York. Mike Lawler has always been a 10 toes down supporter of the president. Mike Lawler represents a swing district in Long Island, I believe. Mike Lawler is under heat. If he wasn't in a tight race for the election, I don't think he would have come out with a statement at all. Nope. Quote, the president's post is wrong and incredibly offensive, whether intentional or a mistake. Whether intentional or a mistake? My guy, it's intentional. It's intentional. Absolutely intentional. The president's spot is wrong and incredibly offensive, whether intentional or a mistake, and should be deleted immediately with an apology offered. Following the backlash, the post was deleted. A statement from a White House official sent from an unsigned press email address confirmed the video was removed and claimed an unidentified staffer had posted it to the president's social media account. In the middle of the night? Staffers are just up with the president? So he has no control over his staff? Autopen. The most incompetent president in history. He has no fucking idea what's going on. If it's a staff member, then Susie Wilds needs to immediately tender her resignation. She is the chief of staff. That is her people. President could have easily done what he always does. What he's always done. This was a staffer. A staffer did it, and we will immediately fire them. Nope. Couldn't do that. Couldn't do that, could he? Speaking to reporters on Friday, Trump said he sent the video to a staffer to review for posting to his account. There's the confession right there. Speaking to reporters Friday evening, Trump said that he sent the video to a staffer to review for posting to his account, but that he only looked at the first part of the video and didn't see the post's racist image. But he sent it to the staffer. Okay. And his supporters, those of you out there, you know who you are. You know who you are. People like Johnny in the chat this morning. You'll believe that. You'll believe it. You'll believe the words. You'll believe the words from the president, who has a 50 or more year history of racism, to say that it wasn't intentional. Okay. Quote, I looked at the first part and it was really about voter fraud, Trump told reporters. Quote, then I gave it to the people to, generally they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't and they posted it and we took it down. Trump added that he spoke to Scott on Friday, but he said he doesn't feel the need to apologize because I didn't make a mistake. The Obama Foundation did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Trump has long courted controversy on social media. Last September, he posted a vulgar AI-generated deepfake video featuring Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer with Jeffries in a sombrero as he spoke to reporters. Bigotry will get you nowhere, Jeffries wrote on X shortly afterwards. But again, nothing to see here, right? Nothing to see here. It's totally fine. It's nothing to see. So it brings us to this interesting spot, right? Where the president of the United States is a racist. The president of the United States is a grapist. The president of the United States is either a predator, which I believe he is, or is doing everything he can to protect predators, which I believe he's doing. And there are tens of millions of people in this country that just don't feel like it feels like it's no big deal. Hillary was right. Again. And speaking of the Clintons, again, no respect for Bill Clinton. I think he's a piece of shit, but I respect what they're doing and how they're handling this because they've been negotiating back and forth with James Comer. And now Comer's stuck because the Clintons have said, listen, we'll testify, but we'll do it in public. We will do it out in front of the cameras. Out in front of the cameras. I need your help, guys. We got a restriction, so everybody, I need you to tap like crazy, please. Gift like crazy, please. Share like crazy, please. I appreciate you all very, very much. Hillary's like, listen, we'll testify, but we'll testify in public. Why would they go behind closed doors? Why would they? And what's the defense for how are Trump supporters and people going to defend that? They're saying we will testify and we will do it in public. Why would you have an issue with that? Because if they go behind closed doors and it's filmed, of course the conservatives on James Comer and his panel will release selective edit. Of course they will. Of course they will. Now, I don't even know if James Comer realizes this because he's not the brightest bulb in the tree, but he has opened this up for future administrations to be deposed and for future former presidents to be deposed. And by the way, the president can be deposed. Sitting president can be subpoenaed. Now, whether or not they show up is entirely different because you could argue separation of powers, executive privilege, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see. We'll see. Be an interesting week. Interesting week for sure. Hi, Jess.
Hi, how you doing today?
I'm okay. How you doing?
And I don't know if this is like a free share thing. I don't know how you do this every day. We have our group and everything, but it's just like I needed 24 hours. Like, this is dumb. Like, for people that think that this is somehow acceptable or allowable, and it's just like heads in the sand, no accountability, cognitive dissonance. What's the word you love so much? I lost it.
That I love?
That you love. What? Ignorance. Like, it's not that hard to know that this is illegal and wrong. And watching people get up like me, do the bus thing, do the kid thing, do all the things, and just watching people go on with their day and just have no idea and don't care to.
No.
But then we're nuts. So I'm like,
correct. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm happy to be nuts.
Me too. Yeah, we're the ones that are anti-American, right? We're the ones that are the threat. Meanwhile, you're out there trying to get people to register to vote, and you're trying to make a difference in your community. Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a organ donation registry this on Valentine's Day. So I mean, we're all about that stuff, but it's really hard to, it's not hard to keep pushing. It's not. But it's just like, it really tells you the people that are in your circle. And it's really disappointing. So that's all I really wanted to say. And also to say I love you. I
love you too, friend. You know that.
All right. Hang in there.
Thanks. I'll talk to you soon. All right. Bye. Somebody just said, unlock the live. I don't know how to do. What am I supposed to do? Unlock a live gift? What do I do? Is it up here somewhere? I don't know. Is this it? Maybe. I don't know. You guys know me. I don't know how to do this shit. But Jess is right? We're the ones that are told that we're the ones that are told that we're nuts. We're the ones that were told that we're in a cult. We're the ones that are told that we're delusional, right? We look at this guy every single day, and he is an absolute embarrassment. He just can't keep his mouth shut. He'll go after an Olympic athlete. An Olympic athlete. That's what he said. I'll find it for you. Just because, right? Just because. His name is Hunter Hess. Hunter Hess made, like I mentioned, he said something very, very, very mild. It's tough to represent the country right now. I've been working my ass off, but it's tough. I don't like the way things are going at home. It's not good. And this is what the president says. The little bitch boy.
U.S. Olympic skier Hunter Hess, a real loser, says he doesn't represent his country in the current Winter Olympics. If that's the case, he shouldn't have tried out for the team. And it's too bad he's on it. Very hard to root for someone like this. Make America great again.
Hunter's a white guy. An Olympic athlete. Dedicated his entire fucking life. Right? As someone who was a Division I athlete when I was a lot younger, you work your ass off. I'm never going to compare myself to an Olympian for sure, but you work your ass off to be whatever you do in life. Hopefully you work your ass off to try to be the best you can. Olympic athletes, the best of the best. The best of the best. On Team USA, and the president of the United States gets his feelings fucking hurt, so he goes off and attacks the guy on social media? If that's not dictator shit, then I don't know what the fuck is. U.S. Olympic skier Hunter Hess, a real loser? Fucking wild, man. Wild. But again, just a day in the life. Day in the life. Everybody keep tapping, please. Good morning, Dre. How are you today?
I'm good, Steve. How you doing, man?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Hey, I don't know if you've covered it, but this isn't the first time that Trump has done some dumb shit like this before. Remember, I want to say back in 2020, maybe, he posted that video, retweeted the video of the white guy in the golf cart screaming "White Power."
White power. That's right. I forgot all about that one. That's exactly right. There's so many, Dre. How do we keep them all straight?
Right. And two, it was Tim Scott who was the one who had to pressure him to take it down. So, this is nothing new.
It's really nothing new. But again, I'm sure you probably have heard it, just whether it be on media network news or in true social spaces or in TikTok, people are trying to defend it. It's not defensible.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't understand. But look, I'm heading into work. I don't want to stay long, man. This is I've been listening to your show for a while now, and keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
Take care. All right, bye.
All right.
He's right. There's so many examples, and it's Tim Scott that has to always come to his defense. Tim, it's not a good look, man. It's not a good look. You didn't get picked. You didn't get picked. You weren't chosen. You didn't get picked. And this is the second time now you've had to come out as the only black Republican senator. I think one of only two. Is that right? And maybe he might even be the first. I'm trying to think now. Either one or two. The only Republican black senator currently serving. And that is your response, Tim, to constantly try to have to, call it out? How about just being like, you know what? Psh, I'm done. This is bullshit. Please take it down. Okay. Nothing to see here. It's wild. Everybody keep tapping, please. Don't forget, we are fundraising towards the Do Something Tour. This is the tracking number. We're marching towards 25K. If you want to help us out, we'd really appreciate it. This is the hurdle. We need to lean on our community to make this happen. If you are in support of what I'm trying to do and what we're trying to do, then I need your help. If you have $1 or $2, we average between 1,500 and 1,700 people in here pretty much every single day. So if it became like $1 a day from everybody, we could bang out that goal in a couple weeks. Appreciate you, friends, very much. Tiffany, it looks like you might have timed out. If you want to request again, I can bring him right back up. Good morning, Mr. Logic. How are you today?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good to see you every morning. Just want to make a comment on the quirky sense of humor, going back to that from the defense of Donald Trump. I want to ask everybody here, have you ever seen that man laugh? In 4 decades that I've been watching, I've never seen him laugh, ever.
Very rarely, if at all. It's a good point.
It's not, and it's a forced laugh if it is. He has a smile, but if you look at it, it's a gritted teeth kind of evil smile, like I just did something really, bad to you that made me feel good. Kind of a real weird.
Right.
And the other thing is, I like to point out the hypocrisy of MAGA. The whole we have to have our own time, halftime show. we know what that sounds like. It sounds like, people use their own water fountains. But let me bring something up. The most common comment I saw last night while listening is, I tuned in. I couldn't understand a word he said. I couldn't understand the word he said. So I'll counteract that for all the MAGA listening. One, Kid Rock lip sync the hell out of that. You can see where the microphone is when he's yelling down at his hip. Secondly, if you didn't understand what Bad Bunny was saying, then what the hell does Bob with the Bob, the dang, diggy, diggy, da, what is that?
Good point. Good, or any Nirvana song, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, music doesn't always have to be completely understood lyrically. It's an emotional experience sometimes. So
exactly. Yeah. Really good call out. Yeah, thanks for that, friend. I appreciate you for joining today. Thanks a lot for being here.
Have a great week, Steve.
You too. See you later. Take care. That's a great point. It's a great point. And just I'm going to get back to that in a second, but just to that particular point. So this was a few weeks back. Crystal Ball was on with Tommy Lahren. I'm not sure if you guys heard this, but the announcement came out that Bad Bunny was going to be performing at the Super Bowl, and this is how this interview went down. And these are some of MAGA's best and brightest.
Is because I'm about ready to do my commentary on it. But do you think Bad Bunny is a good choice for the Super Bowl?
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
He's not American. He's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear. I don't even really know what to say about it anymore, right? The biggest issue, and a couple of guests have called it out this morning, it's just the constant, and that's the whole point of today's show. It's like, stop defending the indefensible. You can't defend it. You'll try, but you can't. So one of the reasons that I go to right-wing spaces, so you don't have to, you're welcome, is just because I want to try to get a handle on what the talking points are going to be. So it's research, right? Not good for my mental health. I totally understand that. It was 22 below zero here yesterday. So my dog is pissed at me because we didn't go outside. So I was working. I completely cleaned my fucking house. I made food for the week. So I'm in good shape. I don't think my house has been this clean in like 3 years. But and in doing so, I'll be listening and or sometimes joining other lives just to try to understand what the talking points are. And this is what they're doubling down. It was a staffer. Don't you know what buffering is and scrolling is? Yeah, of course we all know what that is, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened. If you fuck up, you make a fucking mistake. And this is this is the problem, especially with the mediocre white men who are Trump supporters 10 toes down. The pathetic fucking cowards that they are, right? They've never been able to apologize for anything in their lives. Never. They're the people that are like, I'm sorry that you got so triggered by something I said. That's an apology from somebody you hear, especially the mediocre MAGA men. I'm sorry you got so triggered by something that I said. Shame on you. It kind of tracked with that whole, you shouldn't have worn that. It kind of tracked with that same, you shouldn't have been there. Why were you hanging around with that person? It sort of follows that same logic, at least for me. But here we are. Why should they have to apologize if the president won't? A little bit more sound. This is him being sort of cornered on Air Force One regarding the same incident. This is fucking wild.
Voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. And I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time, as far as I'm concerned. I've had a great relationship. Think of what I've done. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. And I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time, as far as I'm concerned. I've had a great relationship. Think of what I've done.
Like I've always told you guys, dudes that talk about the size of their wrench have a tiny wrench. So here we are. The president of the United States telling people that he's the least racist president we've ever had? Okay. Hillary didn't think so. This was during their debate, and I have an entire breakdown of some of the bullshit claims that the racist in chief, the rapist in chief, the child predator in chief has had to say.
You perpetuated a false claim that the nation's first black president was not a natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledged what most Americans have accepted for years: the president was born in the United States.
I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president, in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions. So he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily. He has really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but he persisted. He persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination.
Correct.
Because he...
And I'm going to pause right there because I was listening into one of the spaces that I was in over the weekend. Again, somebody talking about American culture. We're going to unpack that in just a moment. This person's defense of this particular case was, I think our friend Tony was involved. Tony, if you're out there, bro, great work. And by the way, if you're here this morning, Erica Shante, Erica, you know how much I love you, but the work that you did this weekend in some of those spaces that we tend to travel in together was absolute fucking chef's kiss, like fucking gourmet chef's kiss. So thank you. If you know, you know. Anyway, one of the defenses of this DOJ lawsuit against the Trump family was that, oh, well, Donald just sat on the board. He was just on the board. Okay.
He would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity. And I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went high, despite Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
I love that Michelle said that, but I'm sorry, but when they go low at this point, we have to go lower. I'm a humanist, you guys know that, but point being is that for the president of the United States to say that he is the most or the least racist president we've had in a long time, he'll tell his base that and they'll believe it. But we can go to the tape now, can't we? Yeah, let's talk about a few of these things. Because again, you have to stop defending the indefensible. Let me just check here real quick. I want to thank a few people. To Jen's point earlier, it's not easy talking about this shit every day. It's not, but it's necessary. Okay, let me go here first. Mike, thank you so. Mike, thank you so. Mike says, "I believe in your message, Steve. Best of luck on your Do Something tour. What you do matters." Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you saying that. That's very kind of you. Heather, thank you so much for your travels. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate you. Vicky, thank you so much for your $100 donation, Vicky. That's incredibly kind for the Do Something tour. Thank you so very, very much. Julie, for your $2. Thank you so much, Julie. I appreciate you guys. You guys are incredible. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all very much. We'll talk about the Do Something Tour in a little bit this morning, but we do need to raise some money. So actually, I can adjust this in real time. Hang on a second. There we go. Okay. The issue that we have with the, I've said this a million times. People who don't think what Donald Trump said is racist are racist. People who think that what Donald Trump says about women isn't misogynistic or disgusting is because they would say the same things. It's just like grape apologists don't feel like they need to apologize because it's their kink, or they just don't feel like it's necessary. Okay. 1973, the U.S. Department of Justice sued the Trump Management Corporation run by Donald Trump and his father, Fred. The government alleged the company refused to rent to black tenants and lied about unit availability. The case included testimony from testers who were told apartments were unavailable when black applicants applied, but available when white applicants applied. 1975 settlement, the Trumps did not admit guilt, but agreed to change rental practices, advertise to minority communities, and then submit to monitoring by the government. 1989, after 5 black and Latino teenagers were arrested for the Central Park jogger assault, Trump took out a full-page newspaper ads calling for the return of the death penalty, harsher treatment for violent criminals as well. The teens were later exonerated in 2002 when another man confessed and DNA evidence confirmed it. Trump has repeatedly refused to say that they were innocent even after the exoneration and a $41 million settlement by New York City. Former employees at his casinos claim that Trump Casino's management sometimes removed black dealers when high-profile white customers objected. Of course, Trump denied wrongdoing. 2005, on The Apprentice, a former contestant alleged that Trump used racially insensitive language, the N-word specifically. Trump, of course, has denied the claim. Trump became the most prominent public figure promoting the false claim that President Barack Obama was not born in the U.S. He demanded Obama release his birth certificate. Obama released a long-form certificate in 2011. Trump did not fully drop the claim until 2016. During the campaign, many critics, including political scientists and journalists, described the movement, that moment as racially motivated. 2015 campaign launch speech. When announcing his presidential run, Trump said, "When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing schmugs. They're bringing crime. They're bringing rapists." The remarks, of course, sparked widespread backlash. Judge Juan Gonzalo Curiel. Trump argued that a federal judge of Mexican heritage could not fairly oversee a case involving Trump University. Critics, including Republican leaders, called the comments racist. After YT supremacist rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, where counter-protester was killed, Trump said that they were very fine people on both sides. Now, I know people want to pull it out of context. Cannot change the fact that he fucking said it. There are no such thing as a fine person who's a white supremacist. There is no such thing. You're not a fine person if you're a white supremacist. Can we get that straight? For you white supremacists that are watching, you're not a fine person. You're a pathetic piece of shit. But the president would take you in for sure. Probably give you a ticket to Mar-a-Lago, charge you $5,000 for it, then not let you in. Critics said this equated to white supremacists with counter-protesters. Trump later said he condemned neo-Nazis and white supremacists, but the remark remains heavily debated. Referred to some countries as shithole countries during a 2018 immigration meeting reported by multiple sources. All right, guys, getting harassment, please keep tapping. If we go down, you know where to find us. That's it. I'm tired of being suppressed. Fuck them. Referred to some countries as shithole countries during a 2018 immigration meeting reported by multiple sources. Trump denied the exact wording. Travel bans affecting several Muslim-majority countries went into place. Family separation policies at the U.S.-Mexico border. Supporters said these were national security or immigration control policies, while critics said they disproportionately targeted people of color. And then go back tweets in 2019. Trump tweeted that 4 Democratic congresswomen of color should go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places which they came. 3 of the 4 were born in the United States. Oh, and then there's the whole stand back and stand by, which these organizations, these white supremacist organizations like Patriot Front and the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, etc., not exactly an environment for DEI, we'll say. Yeah. To summarize and to bring us up to speed on the video, We know what he depicted Barack Obama and Michelle as. The video was part of a longer conspiracy-themed montage about the 2020 election. Of course, that part wasn't featured, though. The post remained up for 12 hours. The White House later said the video was posted erroneously by a staffer. Where the fuck is the marching orders or the papers, the termination documents? Why is Susie Wiles not submitted her resignation? If she's the chief of staff, and if that's where you want, if you want to go down that road, if you want to say it was a staffer in the middle of the night, then why aren't they fired? Cool. He said Trump refused to apologize after the backlash. He said that he had not watched the entire video before it was posted, and then he maintained that he, quote, didn't make a mistake in sharing it. Senator Tim Scott, again, calling it the most racist thing I've seen from this White House. Damn, Tim, if that's the line for you. That's the most racist. So everything else wasn't, though? Other GOP lawmakers said it was offensive and that an apology was needed. Democratic leaders and civil rights groups denounced the video as blatantly racist. The NAACP called it blatantly racist. Press secretary initially described the backlash as fake outrage and said the clip was part of an internet meme. After criticism from both parties, the video was removed and, of course, blamed on a staffer. Depicting black people as apes as a long history as a racist stereotype used to dehumanize people of African descent. The context is why the video drew strong condemnation across political spectrums. But again, nothing to see here, right? It's totally fine. Nothing to see here. It was funny, Jim? So you're a racist too, huh, Jim? Cool, good to know. Hi, Astrid, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, Steve, everything that you have said and that you could see the patterns of racism. And also just to say that I think the buck stops at the top. Like, he can't just pass this off and make excuses. Oh, it's okay because it wasn't me. No CEO of any corporation, that wouldn't be allowed. And we can see the patterns of behavior in not just him, but in the people that he hires. What press secretary uses Barack Obama's full name, including his middle name? Barack Hussein Obama. That's Caroline. And no other press secretary took any other president and used. They do that intentionally. They're all racist. And anyone defending it is defending the undefendable. And you're doing a great job presenting everything. And I think at this point, it's just people are choosing to be willful ignorant, either because they are literally ignorant, or they're woefully ignorant where they choose to ignore it.
I think that's part of it. I think they're intentionally just saying it's not as bad as it is, because if they were to actually come out and criticize it, then that would mean that that the bubble of the cult, the protective bubble of the cult gets popped. Otherwise, they're going to be called a racist. So they're going to have to figure out a way to say, oh, it wasn't that big a deal. Nothing to see here. It was just joking. Yeah. So, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think that everything I've read and heard is that people leave cults in silent. Like, they're not announcing that they're leaving. But, you know, my father-in-law voted for this. And, you know, they're actually seeing in real-time evidence my mother-in-law's health insurance premium. She's not old enough for Medicare yet. Went up by $600 a month. So they can pretend to deny it, but I know that they know. But that's my 2 cents. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Keep up the good work, and have a good week.
Thank you very much. Same to you. Appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're all going to sit here and we know what it was. And there's no denying it. There's no denying. You can just even watch the way in which people are trying to defend it. And I love what Brian Tyler Cohen said. Listen, you don't need to debase yourself. You don't. Why the fuck would people? Why the fuck? Now I understand the big picture why people want to defend him, because they're racist too. They're grape apologists themselves. They're bigots, they're transphobes, they're homophobes, they're white Christian nationalists. I get that at the surface, I get it. But you're not going to get picked You're not going to get a seat at the table. You're not. So you go on television, you go on network news shows, and you try to come up with fucking excuses? Why? Why even appear? Why even bother going? You're not going to get picked. Now, I understand an attractive blonde looking for a spot at Fox News, probably. Please understand that's not meant to be misogynistic in any way. I'm just calling balls and strikes here. I think you guys understand that. That's probably your goal, right? It's probably the fucking goal. You're not going to get picked. There's only so many of you, right? The Stepford racists? Is that how it's supposed to work now? Fembots, the fembot racists? You're not going to get picked. And so many white women are the ones that are standing in front, standing between Trump and the fucking breach. They're the ones that are defending him the most. What does that say? White women, y'all got some work to do. You know that, queens. Y'all got some fucking work to do. How progressive media and just media in general has been depicting this. The video is racist, dehumanizing, and disqualifying behavior from a president seen as part of a longer pattern of racial controversies. This is from the AP. Strong moral condemnation is what they've been giving, well, somewhat. Democratic leaders accuse Trump of promoting racism and division. Civil rights groups call the video blatantly racist. Coverage often links the incident to Trump's past racial controversies. Republican framing. Party response is divided, with some defending Trump and others condemning the post. Tim Scott already played his. The most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. Other Republicans urged removal and an apology. The White House initially dismissed criticism as fake outrage. Officials said the video was an internet meme or posted by a staffer, even if it was. Let's just pull on that thread a little bit. Okay, let's say that yes, it was a staffer. And yes, the staffer posted it. You still need to fucking apologize. You still need to apologize. And I forget our guest earlier. When have we ever seen the president apologize for anything? For anything. And he's right. Does he laugh? I try to laugh every fucking day because laughter is therapy. Have you ever, maybe I've seen him laugh like one time. I think you know when I think he laughed? I think the last time I saw him laugh was when the Syrian president, the former Iraqi leader who was part of a plot to decapitate American soldiers in Iraq and Syria, you know, the ISIS commander, when he was in the Oval Office, I think it was around Veterans Day, and they were talking about how many wives he had. And I think the president laughed at that. I think it might have been the last time I saw him laugh. News agencies are reporting it in different ways, right? The AP's been out ahead of it. Conservative outlets, how's Fox News been framing it? Well, we already know, right? Trump didn't see the whole video, was posted by his staff. Coverage noting that the post was removed. This is from Fox. Coverage noting that the post was removed after GOP backlash and that Trump didn't know about the offensive part. International media portrayed as a serious racial controversy that triggered outrage, often framed as a sign of political polarization, a test of Trump's political durability. Analysis pieces noted that the incident drew bipartisan condemnation and widespread backlash, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, you know, if this is a loyalty test, think about that. If this is a loyalty test, right? I'm going to prove to everybody that I am a racist and I expect loyalty. And so many are just signing up to, right? So don't, again, with all this being said, and we're going to get into the Jeffrey files in just a moment because there's a lot potentially this week that we're going to talk about. The lengths to which these people will go, don't think they won't try everything to steal the election. Are we going to let them? Fuck no, we're not. We're going to show up in waves. We're going to overwhelm polling locations. There are going to be so many people waiting to vote. Let them bring ICE there. Fuck it, let them. Let them declare martial law. Let them. Let them steal more voting machines. Let them. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it anyway. I do not want you to be deterred. My expectation is that you are going to be there. You are going to register to vote. You're going to make sure your neighbors are registered to vote. and you are going to show up and you are going to fucking express your opinions loudly. You're going to primary people. You're going to go to town hall meetings. You're going to go to school board meetings. You're going to do something. It is mind-boggling to me, the lengths at which people will go to try to defend this. Stop defending the indefensible. Stop. There are vile, disgusting, despicable people in this world, and many of them are your neighbors. And many of them are in this chat right now. Bots or not. Question is, what are you going to do about it? If you are outraged by what you saw, it's nothing new. If you are angered by what we've witnessed, it's nothing new. This shit's been going on forever. Women usually at the tip of the spear and being diminished in our society. Every single marginalized community under threat every single fucking day. And most likely at the hands of white people, white men in particular. What are you going to do about it? Are you angry? I hope so. Turn that anger into something. Don't just stew in your anger. Get fucking angry and call that shit out. I had that story about the Louisiana Democrat. It's a great fucking story. Another election. This is why they are afraid. This is why they are afraid of the midterms. They know they're going to get destroyed. And they know that they're going to be dragged in front of congressional hearings and be forced to answer fucking questions. They're going to do anything and everything they can to try to steal the elections. Anything and everything that they can, including lie to your face. Pisses me off, man. Just really pisses me off. I'm just worried that people are just going to bail. Please don't. Please don't. A geek, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Just kind of switching gears here a little bit. I know we were going to go about the e-files here in a little bit, but like with the whole Turning Point USA, the alternative Super Bowl halftime show thing, whenever anybody that I knew, like on Facebook, whenever they posted that, I would repost on their page the lyrics from Kid Rock's song.
Oh yeah,
we all know it.
Yeah, I'm going to get I'm going to get into that.
But
yeah, I'm going to get into it.
But yeah, it's just, but somebody like a few people were commenting on that my comments saying, well, at least it's going after girls, not same sex. And I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Oh yeah.
It's like you're completely okay with a grown ass man going after children. But two consenting adults that happen to be the same sex you're not okay with, it's just fucking disgusting.
I know. You're right. You're absolutely right. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. Thanks for jumping in today, Geek. I appreciate you. Be safe out there, okay?
Yep. Love you, man. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you very much. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I just want to do real quick. So we're going to talk about that in a second. First of all, there was, in case you did not know, if you watched the halftime show, I thought it was absolutely fucking great. Absolutely great. The couple that was married were actually married. The story goes that they invited Bad Bunny to come to their wedding. He in turn said, I'll do you one better. You can come and be a guest at the Super Bowl that I'm going to do, and you can get married there. He featured actual restaurants, like it was an actual taco cart. It was an actual market, giving these communities love and support, right? That was one of the best. Again, for me, it's Prince singing Purple Rain in the Rain. That was the best. I don't think there's a close second personally, but that was incredible. But this was amazing. And I hear there's stories about the 5-year-old who received the Grammys, that it was Liam Ramos. I don't know. I find conflicting stories on that. Either way, I don't care. It was great. It was great. And of course, the alternative programming was the TPUSA event. And there was some video, some cell phone video shot. There was like nobody there. Yeah, I don't think it was Liam. I heard that, but I don't know. That's why I said That's my point, right? You don't know what to believe because we're all victims of confirmation bias. The story of Kid Rock's not even knowing the words to his own songs, right? Not even knowing the words to his own songs. Well, one of the songs that Kid Rock sings, again, this is the guy who was propped up by Turning Point. You know, Erica Kirk's organization now. Christians, protectors of children. One of the lines from Kid Rock's songs go as such, quote, young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say it's statutory. I say it's mandatory. That's nice, right? Yeah, that's really nice. Well, don't worry, I've got more. Ted Nugent, who's been a hardcore MAGA. Ted Nugent is a pathetic piece of fucking shit. Ted Nugent has had some, I don't know, choice words to say about the halftime show.
To say on the subject.
Did you hear what he said? Rock and roll legend Ted Nugent doesn't hold back on this woke NFL Super Bowl Sunday halftime show.
Don't try to figure out insanity. Nobody could possibly convince you, me, or anybody else why the NFL powers that be are this stupid.
So that's right, Ted.
Okay, so then that's Ted Nugent. I don't know if you know this, but Ted Nugent has a song called Jailbait. Jailbait, you look so good to me. Jailbait, won't you set me free? Jailbait, you look fine, fine, fine. I know I've got to have you in a matter of time. I don't care if you're just 13. You look too good to be true. I just know that you're probably clean. There's one little thing I got to do. Kid Rock, statutory, mandatory. Ted Nugent, jailbait. You look, I don't care if you're just 13, you look good to me, you look too good to be true. I just know that you're probably clean. There's one little thing I got to do. Nice, right? Nice. Anybody want to comment on that, MAGA? Would you guys just say, oh, it's just a song? Sure, it's just a song. But these are the people that are going to your events? The Turning Point sponsored halftime show? Okay. Just want to make sure I understood. In a stadium of 72,000, thank you, Sam. In a stadium of 70,000, there were 142.3 million viewers worldwide. Turning Point, in a venue of 150, had 10,400 viewers. Turning Point is was at 6 million. What am I looking at here? TPUSA is at 6 million viewers as of this morning, which includes digital streams and clips. So people going back and looking at some of the highlights. A venue of 150 people. I know Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin looked great, by the way. So this is where we sit, right? You got messages about being together. We are America. Love is the only thing louder than hate. That's the message coming from Bad Bunny, right? It was fucking great. It was great. It was great. It was better than the game from my perspective, for sure. It was great. And we get counter programming with Turning Point USA, and you've got a featured artist. First of all, Kid Rock, statutory. Some say it's statutory. I say it's mandatory. He's one of the people that's singing there, and you want to criticize Bad Bunny? But because you don't understand Spanish, that's your fucking problem. Many of you probably don't even realize that Puerto Ricans are Americans. You probably didn't even know that, did you? No, because you're blinded by your fucking racism and your hatred towards people. Instead, you couldn't just take a step back and say, that's a fucking kick-ass. I mean, the telephone poles? That shit was awesome. Jumping off the top of a building? Green Day could have sounded a little bit more. They were censored. I was a little bit disappointed in that, to be honest. That's not very punk rock. We were having that little chat in our Discord last night. But this is what happens? Okay. Jailbait, you look so good to me. Jailbait, won't you set me free? Jailbait, you look just fine. I know I've got to have you in a matter of time. Ted Nugent. The Puppy Bowl, by the way. Thank you, Sam. The Puppy Bowl had 11 million viewers. Nice. Keep trying to defend it, though. You're going to hear it today. I promise you, you will. If you travel through the TikTok streets, I promise you, you will see people defending it. If you choose to engage, when they say he didn't intend to do that, then ask him, how do you know he didn't intend to do it? Did he call you? Did he send you a letter wrapped nicely in a finely pressed white fucking hood? How do you know? Because then your counter could say, well, yeah, no, he did intend to do it. How do you know that he intended? How do you know he didn't? Prove that he intended to do it. Prove that he didn't. I don't care if you're just 13, you look too good to be true. I just know that you're probably clean. There's one little thing I got to do. Ted Nugent. Hardcore Trump supporter. Anybody want to condemn that? Probably not, right? And then the whole situation with Kid Rock and his lip sync. Like, he forgot the words to his own fucking song. You can see the mic down by his hip. I get it. Performers that lip sync. I don't have an issue with that. It's part of the deal. I understand that. But, bro, you can't be forgetting the words to your own songs. Statutory. Mandatory. That guy. Yeah. Good to know. Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. We're going to get into the JE files because there's a lot to cover this week. And some things will be triggering. I've tried my best in covering this story, not to create or not to bring up things that are triggering, but I think we have to touch on certain things because you're getting more and more information out now. And some of the stuff I'm going to cover today involves the money side and where some of that money was going and why Jeffrey Epstein was interested so much in eugenics and DNA manipulation. We'll talk about that. First, I want to play some sound from Dr. Oz. By the way, Trump RX, another fucking scam. Because Trump RX is just repackaged good RX. It's the same fucking coupons. It's the same fucking deal. The only thing that's different is Trump RX gives you a nice gold embossed fucking eagle when you make your order. They're the same thing. In fact, good RX is the engine that supports Trump RX. So another fucking scam. More fucking bullshit. But this is Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz has a solution for retirement and for our deficit. So if you just be prepared if you're ready to retire, this Dr. Oz is looking out for you.
You well know you drew some sharp criticism when you said kids should work right out of high school. And older Americans, you said, should put off retiring by a year to help get rid of the national debt. Let me play a clip for our viewers of that. Listen to this.
If we could get the average American, because they feel healthy, they're vital, they're strong, they have agency over their future, to start working a year earlier, right out of high school, or work a year later, not retire, or work better during their lifetime because they're healthy, it would generate about $3 trillion. $3 trillion to the U.S. economy. That would more than remove the debt.
What? I'm sorry. So don't bother following your dreams, kids. You have to work when you get out of high school. And then you have to work a year longer when you retire. That's the solution? Good to know.
Why should average Americans have to pay for problems created by Washington? And you can see that the national debt could also be eliminated by taxing the ultra rich.
Yeah.
There are many ways of dealing with the debt, but ultimately my agency, CMS, we don't just regulate, we're the payers. And we should be using the money we pay out to save lives and improve the quality of life of the American people by making them healthier. If we do that, we unlock, Wolf, the greatest asset we have as our people. Right? It's not the energy we have under our turf. It's not all these other things we might quibble about.
I've been working since I was 12. I wanted a bike. I wanted baseball cards. I wanted fishing equipment. My parents were like, get a job. I did. I worked at a farm. I worked as a box boy at a grocery store. Back then, nobody gave a shit about your age. They just wanted people who worked hard. I worked at a tannery. Hardest fucking job I've ever had in my life. I used to work at a furniture store when I was like 14, 15. My job was basically to move wood from one side of the warehouse to the other all day, every day in the summer. I busted my fucking ass. I don't want that for people. Not at all. I don't want that for people. We are already slaves to this fucking system. And now Dr. Oz is, yeah, let's double down. No talk about, maybe we should just raise income tax on the income tax on the 1% or the top 10%, because that would help solve a lot of our issues. No. Nope. Get to work. Everybody get to fucking work so that we can take advantage of you and we can make more money and fuck you as our life expectancy decreases. So now we want people, you have to work a year longer. So this is the Republican plan. This is why they cut Social Security benefits, because they want to raise the age of retirement again. I've told my kids, my daughter, we're already making plans for her to get out to California, details forthcoming. I told my kids early on, if you find what you're passionate about and you can make a living doing it, then it's not work. It's your passion. And I think so many of us fall into this trap because we want to acquire things. So we build this, immovable mountain in front of us because the things that we require us to have more money. Money is the root of all evils. I've made good money in my life, but I've decided that I was selling my fucking soul. Follow what you are passionate about, and it's not a job. It's your passion. If you don't need more than one plate, one glass, one knife, one fork, one spoon, then so be it. They want us to work until we fucking die. That's it. That's it. And what will they do? They'll just replace us. They don't give a fuck. People talk about loyalty. Look, our parents and our parents, you would go to a company. You would start either out of high school or out of college. You'd work there for 35 years. You'd get your pension, you'd get your retirement, you get your gold watch, and you go on about your day. That's not how the world works anymore. That's not how the world works. It was a very, very, very difficult decision for me to leave a really good job with really good benefits. I was respected. I made good money, put me in a position where I could do things, but I was selling my fucking soul and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore. I made a difficult decision. It was not easy. There are days when I wake up and I'm like, yeah, man, it'd be nice to have that company-sponsored healthcare plan. Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And I think many people, are starting to really realize that. But not our administration. Nope. Dr. Oz.
Earlier this week, as you well know, you drew some sharp criticism when you said kids should work right out of high school. And older Americans, you said, should put off retiring by a year to help get rid of the national debt. Let me play a clip for our viewers of that. Listen to this.
If we could get the average American, because they feel healthy, they're vital, they're strong, they have agency over their future, to start working a year earlier, right out of high school, or work a year later, not retire, or work better during their lifetime because they're healthy, it would generate about $3 trillion. $3 trillion to the U.S. economy. That would more than remove the debt.
Why should...
By the way, Dr. Oz is a billionaire.
Average Americans have to pay for problems created by Washington, and you can see that the national debt could also be eliminated by taxing the ultra-rich.
There are many ways of dealing with the debt, but ultimately my agency, CMS...
Notice how he just moved right past that? See, this is why, again, I can't stand CNN. I fucking hate Wolf Blitzer. Why not press him on that question? Why not simply say, so your expectation, your way to solve the national debt would be to have people start going to work after high school and not going to college, and people who want to retire now have to work a year longer. Why aren't we just raising the corporate tax rate by 3 points? Or getting rid of some of the fucking tax loopholes? But no. Nope.
We don't just regulate, we're the payers. And we should be using the money we pay out to save lives and improve the quality of life of the American people by making them healthier. If we do that, we unlock, Wolf, the greatest asset we have as our people. Right? It's not the energy we have under our turf. It's not all these other things we might quibble about.
Okay. Good to know. Erica, I don't know if you were here early, but I saw you in the chat just lurking. I was going to send you some flowers because of the amazing work you did all weekend. If you know, you know. I love you, friend. You're a fucking rock star. It's great to call you a friend. I appreciate you very much. Hearts in the chat for Erica, please, because she was doing the work, as they say. But here we are, right? Here we are. This is what your administration thinks of you. We don't value you at all. We just look at you as labor. We just look at you as a commodity, disposable. Just toss you when you're done, when you're no longer productive. We don't need you anymore. We'll cut your benefits. We'll force you to work. We're not going to raise, the age. We're not going to raise the cap on Social Security so that you can earn more while you're retired after working for 40 years. I was thinking about it. I'm 58. Been working since I was 12. 40. What's that? 46 years. No thanks. Appreciate you back, friend. No thanks. That's what they want from us. Which brings me to the whole, and I've got a few more things to talk about, which brings me to the whole thing now you're seeing from the right when they talk about American culture. Okay? So I'm humble, but I was part of the MAGA hunting we did over the weekend, and I got to embarrass somebody specifically in a very petty way, but it was, in my opinion, chef's kiss. Because I asked the question. I said, can you tell me what American culture is? One person said NASCAR. Okay. This person said capitalism. I said, capitalism? You think capitalism is American culture? And I'm like, doesn't capitalism exist in other parts of the world? Well, it's different here. Okay. American culture, like what else would be American culture? And he said, looking out for your neighbor. I said, okay, you mean other parts of the world don't look out for their neighbor? Then I said, how about a uniquely American culture? And he got angry. He got really angry. And then asked me to leave. Because I was starting to say, what I think American culture is, I think American culture is diverse and equitable and inclusive. I think it's our music. I think it's our art. I think it's our food. I think it's our fashion. I think it's our communities. That's American culture to me, because that is the principles of America, the United States. Bring us your tired, bring us your poor, bring us your huddled masses yearning to be free. Our diversity is our culture. It ain't NASCAR. So this is what racists do. This is what white supremacists do. American culture. They're talking about white. They want a white culture. They don't want brown-skinned people living next door. They certainly don't want black women speaking up. That's for sure. They don't want that. They don't want women speaking up at all. American culture? American culture. So when you're out in the streets and you see the racists saying things like that, ask them. Explain it. What does American culture mean? And they can't do it. They'll say, NASCAR. Capitalism. Last time I checked, capitalism is an economic system that exists in many countries around the world, in fact, most. And, looking out for your neighbor? Okay. Okay, good to know. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. I just want to bring this up real quick. So we're at 7:29. In case you guys don't know, I'm doing this thing called the Do Something Tour. I've talked about it a lot. It's going to involve me heading out on the road in early April, weather permitting, to have conversations with communities all across the United States. The first half of the trip will be a 30-day stretch on the eastern U.S. from the Mississippi River east, starting in the Buffalo area, heading south down to the Ohio River Valley, down to the Ozarks, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, heading east towards the southeast, and then up the coast, and then back to Buffalo. So that's the first step in our journey. I need your help, though. We cannot do this without, you know me, I do not like to ask for help, but I can't do it without you. And I figure with 128,000 followers here and close to 5,000 followers on YouTube and a growing fan base on Twitch, and through all your kindness and generosity, I'd like to think we can hit that number. Cannot do it without you. So I appreciate you all in advance. If you want to donate to the cause, you can do so by using the Pay apps, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Factsstillmatter. We will track every single receipt of every single dollar that we spend. If you want to support the channel, you can do so. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay. All right. So We've got an interesting week because Ghislaine Maxwell is supposed to testify today. I believe it's today, either today or tomorrow, but behind closed doors, of course. We've got numerous people who are trying to, again, protect the predators. So I'm gonna read some things to you guys today that are, I'm gonna do my best to navigate through them, because one of the things that I don't think is being talked about enough are the financial connections and to the people involved in JE's network and how deep it goes. So we'll get into that. So I want to first, I'm going to play the sound from some of the survivors. This is you'll hear the voices of some of the survivors. And I'm going to bring that up specifically because part of the Epstein Files Transparency Act should have been no references to survivors' names at all, survivors' victims. And why are we still redacting the names of the predators? So here you go, and I'll be right back.
I think, I don't know if it's the worst of it, but it has my full name, my birthday, my address. The thing that is redacted is Danny in that. Her nickname. And I'm not the only one. How is any of this acceptable?
Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein are furious with the Justice Department for its failure to properly redact the millions of Epstein files that it released on Friday, including some information about the alleged victims. They're also accusing the DOJ of over-redacting information that some victims have shared about Epstein and those around him.
Publishing images of victims while shielding predators it's just failure of complete justice. And it's there's this deep sense of betrayal when the system's meant to protect you.
This is a victim statement. It was 7 pages long. In a victim statement, it tells what happened, who did it. It basically outlines everything that this person experienced and shared with the FBI. It was 7 pages long, and 4 of them looked like this. This is clearly strategic.
Redacted the entire
clearly, thing. Incompetence is the strategy. It is the strategy to intimidate us, I believe, to make us feel like we shouldn't keep going.
The redactions could have been done by a 5-year-old. You might as well just go ahead and give them to a grade 3 class. They could do much better than these lawyers. Who are these lawyers? Who are these volunteers?
Who are these people? Yeah,
I mean, they don't know how to read.
A DOJ spokesperson says they are working around the clock to fix any redaction issues and that only 0.1% of the files released so far contain unredacted information about the victims.
This is about survivors everywhere. This is about anyone who has ever been sexually victimized and has, felt like they can't tell anyone or talk to anyone about it, who has felt fearful of, approaching law enforcement. We're sending a really strong message that, it's easier to remain silent. The worst of it.
We have to keep in mind a couple things, right? That it's day 52 of the Donald Trump administration's Department of Justice breaking federal law by not releasing everything. Everything. Not the addition, not just what they released so far, but everything. That is the law. Okay? That is the law signed by the president. The twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, racist. That guy signed into law to release everything. And then what you released, if there were redactions, you had to include information as to who the person was that sent it, and or you're no longer able to redact the names of predators. Only the survivors, the victims. So survivors' names have been exposed. Images of children, CSAM shit, their pictures exposed. And then we have this, trigger warnings. We have this. We have an email. The name of the person that sent it is redacted. Sent on Thursday, September the 22nd, 2018, to JE with a picture, age 10. The name of the person who sent it is not supposed to be redacted, and neither should the subject line. We have another one. Same deal, same day. F2JE. Again. From who? Another picture. Age 11. And yet, the survivors in this case, their names have been shared. Their pictures have been shared. And of course, people in the cult will find a way to defend it. That doesn't mean that Trump's... Listen. Objectivity is required to cover a story like this. And I've tried really, really hard to be as objective and as protective of this community as possible. I can't always cover this story without sharing information like this. The reason I'm sharing this with you is not for the shock value of the fact that it talks about an image and it says age 11. It's because this is a violation of the law. This is a violation of the law. The person who sent this information it's against the law by being redacted. That's why we're talking about it. And people will defend it. I know that there's allegations. I completely understand. I get it. But the person who is referenced in this more than anyone, hold on. The person who's referenced in this more than anybody is the sitting president of the United States. Hello, Kipper. Again, this is the part that is in violation of the law. This part right here. From. Who is that from? Who is that person? Who are they? Who are they? Who is the person that sent that? Who's the person that sent this one? Age 10. Age 10. Jailbait, according to Ted Nugent. Statutory, not mandatory, according to Kid Rock. Okay. Just want to make sure. It is a violation of federal law. It's a violation of federal law. There are apparently 3 million more documents that have not been released. Yeah, the other way around. Mandatory, not statutory. Give us the names. That is the law. And Ghislaine Maxwell is supposed to testify. And there's rumors that she's going to take the Fifth Amendment, which is her right. She can do that to protect against self-incrimination. Well, Ro Khanna has been on this. So I'm going to read you the letter that he wrote to James Comer. This was dated yesterday to the Honorable James Comer, Chairman, House Oversight. Dear Chairman Comer, it is my understanding that Ms. Maxwell intends to invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and decline to answer all substantive questions at her upcoming deposition before the House Oversight Committee. This position appears inconsistent with Ms. Maxwell's prior conduct, as she did not invoke the Fifth when she previously met with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche to discuss substantially similar subject matter. I understand that Ms. Maxwell intends to assert this privilege on a blanket basis by reading a prepared statement at the outset of the deposition and refusing to permit members to question her individually through counsel, rather than invoking the privilege on a question-by-question basis. Accordingly, for the sake of the clarity, I am submitting in this letter the question I intend to ask at Ms. Maxwell's deposition and request confirmation from the chair as to whether she intends to invoke the Fifth Amendment in response to the following questions. Number one, on December the 17th, 2025, again, these were questions that Ro Khanna, keep in mind who Ro Khanna is. Ro Khanna is the Democrat who co-sponsored the Epstein Transparency Act along with Thomas Massie, that act that was signed into law. That is now day 52 that the federal government under the Trump administration is breaking the law. Just so we're clear, it's not even an opinion. They are violating the law. They are breaking the law every single day. Today is day 52. They are breaking the fucking law to protect fucking predators. They are breaking the law to protect these people. That's who they're breaking the law for. They're breaking the law to protect these people. Age 10. These people with a picture. They're breaking the law to protect them. Age 11. That's who they're breaking the law to protect. Just so we're clear. What's that? Oh. Hold on. Sorry. They're breaking the law to protect them. You ain't not proven anything I need prove. Okay, troll. You need proof? Once again, what is that proof? Camera in the room so you can watch the grape of a 12-year-old girl? Is that your proof? Due respect. Yeah, you saw all the guitars back there. Yeah, there's a lot. Anyway, question 1. On December the 17th, 2025, you filed a habeas corpus petition stating that, quote, 4 named co-conspirators and 25 men who entered into secret settlements were not indicted as part of the investigation. Is that statement accurate? Question 2. Who are the 4 co-conspirators and the 25 men, other than J.E., who abused minors at A.E.'s Island, his New Mexico ranch, or his New York City residence, and why do you believe they were not indicted? Question 3. What information, evidence, or personal knowledge do you have regarding why these individuals were not charged or prosecuted by federal authorities? Number 4. It is well documented that you, President Trump, and Mr. Epstein had a social relationship, and there are several photographs of you together. Did you or Mr. Epstein ever arrange, facilitate, or provide access to underage girls to President Trump? Interesting, right? Well, I'm going to pause right there real quick because of this famous bit of sound that we had a couple years ago that came out last year. This was sworn testimony. Mr. Epstein sitting for testimony. The date of this is March 17th, 2010. Again, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So just to kind of, the question that is being asked, it is well documented that you, President Trump, and Mr. Epstein had a social relationship, and there are several photographs of you all together. Did you or Mr. Epstein ever arrange, facilitate, or provide access to underage girls to the president? This is Jeffrey Epstein answering questions about his relationship with Mr. Trump.
Relationship with Donald Trump. What do you mean by personal relationships? Have you socialized with him? Yes, sir.
So he was asked, it's hard to hear. He says, did you ever socialize with Mr. Trump? The answer, yes.
Yes. Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
The question was, did you ever socialize with Mr. Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that
question today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights.
Question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights.
Okay. We tracking? So Ro Khanna wants to ask questions about that. The interviewer, the person deposing him, said, do you have a relationship with Mr. Trump? Yes, I did. Don't forget, the same guy who called Donald his closest friend. I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. When asked, were you ever in the presence of underage, they said females, children, I'll call them what they are. His question was, underage females, were you ever in the presence of underage females with Donald Trump? As much as I'd like to answer that question, I'm going to take my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights. Okay. Just so we're tracking here. All right, back to the letter. Number 5, after President Trump publicly stated that he would, quote, look at a possible pardon for you, did you or anyone acting on your behalf have any discussions with him or his representatives about a pardon or reduced sentence in exchange for your silence? Number 6, what client lists or records did you or Mr. E maintain that document the identities of clients or associates? And number 7, please identify any foreign governments or intelligence services, including those associated with Russia, the I country that Mr. E shared information with or otherwise acted on behalf of, and describe the nature and purpose of any such relationships. Those questions seem pretty damn reasonable to me. To avoid any doubt about the scope of Ms. Maxwell's Fifth Amendment claim, please confirm that Ms. Maxwell intends to invoke the Fifth Amendment on these questions. Furthermore, I request this document be moved into the official record at the start of Ms. Maxwell's deposition. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter, Ro Khanna. So she did not take the Fifth when she spoke to Todd Blanche. And then she just got moved to the minimum security prison where she's in Texas now. Fort fucking Club Fed, where she gets to spend time with puppies. And she gets Pilates classes. And she gets special food. And she gets quiet time. She gets quiet time when she gets special privileges for prisoners there. In fact, she shouldn't even be there. She shouldn't even be there. Because if you are a convicted child sexual abuser, you don't even get to go to this prison. So why is that? Why is she there? Why is she there? Okay. That's fine. So the story reported by Reuters, Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell intends to refuse to answer questions during today's deposition before the House Committees, the Oversight Committee on Government Reform, according to a letter from Ro Khanna that I just read to you. She was found guilty in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey abuse teenage girls and is currently serving children, and serving a 20-year prison sentence, plans to invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and declined to answer all substantive questions, according to Khanna's letter to James Comer. Maxwell's attorney did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Sunday. Instead of answering individual questions, Maxwell plans to read a prepared statement at the beginning of her deposition. Khanna, who serves in the committee, said without detailing the source of his information, quote, "This position appears inconsistent with Ms. Maxwell's prior conduct, as she did not invoke her Fifth Amendment right when she spoke to Deputy AG Todd Blanche. Maxwell's deposition comes as U.S. Department of Justice has released millions of internal documents with millions more to go." How are we supposed to read that other than it's the fucking cover-up? I mean, let's be real. She met with Todd Blanche. We got some of that transcript. Didn't see her making claims about taking the Fifth, but now she's going to get questioned about some specific details, and now she's going to take the Fifth? She's lobbying hard for a pardon. That's what she's doing. And in my opinion, she's going to get it. Because I think it's going to be a hell of a lot easier for the president and his spin machine to justify the pardon than her going public with what she knows. Because she knows. There are other people that know too, but she knows. And there are members of Congress that apparently are going to be able to read some of the redacted information this week. I'm not sure if it's today, of what's been released so far. Who knows who those people are? Who knows who they are? Is it going to be available for everybody in Congress? And they're going to see the unredacted information. So we're going to learn who the person was that sent that email with a picture, with a JPEG file, and age 10 or age 11 on it. Okay. Now I know there's a video circulating and images of someone who apparently looks like J.E. Again, this is the problem when you're in this conspiracy bubble, right? When you're surrounded with so much information. This is what's referred to as flooding the zone, right? Throw so much information out there, people don't know what to believe or what to follow. And it's been tough. And I have the best fucking mods in the business, and we work together on a whole bunch of shit, and they're fucking running down rabbit holes. Can I get hearts in the chat for my mods, please, specifically? I would really appreciate that. Because they're the best. They keep me sane. They're the best. But, you know, what rabbit hole do you want to go down? Where do you know where to look? You see a picture that looks like J.E. who could have aged with longer hair in the I country? I don't know. You know, we get an overhead drone over his island. Now there's stories about the change in the date from his death certificate. And there's other people saying there's this orange silhouetted person walking upstairs, and all these kinds of things that just don't make sense. Now, I'm not going to come up here and say that he's still alive. I don't think he killed himself. So I don't know if he was taken out or if he was disappeared. Who knows? This is why we have to hear from the people who know. Why are we protecting predators? Why? Why? So, one of the things that, and you guys know me, I try to do the best that I can when it comes to navigating through media literacy. And I will call out, the hypocrisy that we see. So this story is interesting because there's always been rumors about how, because of the financial connections that Jeffrey had to Russia and to the I country and to prominent figures, right? It's easy to connect some dots. So the Daily Mail, which I would never consider a legitimate news source, they're far-right propagandists, all kinds of pseudoscience bullshit, low-end fact-checking. They came out with a story, right? And the reason I'm going to share this with you, because this is how easy it is for us to become, to step into confirmation bias. What's interesting, though, about this story is that Daily Mail is far right. They would normally never, ever, ever do anything that would criticize their sort of far right beliefs. All right. So this came out, let's see, just last week or so. So the title is Schmepstein's Empire, Schmeck's Empire, was KGB honey trap. 3PO financier J.E. had multiple talks with Putin after conviction, with Russian girls flown in to harvest compromise on world-famous figures. That's kind of what we're talking about. J.E. was running the world's largest honey trap operation on behalf of the KGB when he procured women for his network of associates, intelligence sources believe. The release of more than 3 million new documents relating to the late offender gives credence to the incendiary claims made by senior security officials that J.E. was working on behalf of Moscow and possibly the I country when he facilitated relationships for some of the world's most powerful men. The files include 1,056 documents naming Vlad and 9,629 referring to Moscow. Jeffrey even seems to have secured audiences with Putin after his 2008 conviction for procuring a child for prostitution. There's long been that story. The sources say it could explain why Jeffrey appeared to enjoy an ultra-wealthy lifestyle out of kilter with his career as a financier, although there is no documentary evidence linking Putin and his spies directly to J.E.'s illicit activities. But the sources also claim that while U.S. security services monitored Jeffrey's Russian connections for years, their UK equivalents were hesitant due to Epstein's connection to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Prince Andrew, who has since lost his royal title and is a disgrace. And meanwhile, you're watching prominent figures all around the world either resigning their positions, leaving their universities, leaving government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But not here. No, not here. Not in the land of the free, the home of the brave. Not here. Not in the Christian nation that our friends like to claim we are. The same people that claim we're a Christian nation are protecting fucking predators. Okay. Sources also claim that while U.S. security services monitored him, the cache includes an email claiming that Bill Gates asked one of Jeffrey's advisors to provide medicine to treat sexually transmitted diseases due to schmecks with Russian girls, something he has dismissed as completely false. It also contains a document confirming to the Mail on Sunday's October report that Jeffrey had offered to introduce Andrew to a beautiful 26-year-old Russian woman in August 2010, 2 years after Jeffrey's conviction. American intelligence experts believe Jeffrey was inducted into the world of espionage via business deals with Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's dad, the disgraced media magnate who, like Jeffrey, died under strange circumstances. In Maxwell's case, his body was found floating in the Atlantic in 1991, having apparently fallen overboard from his yacht. I've seen a lot of movies. We all have. Read a lot of books. I'm way into spy thrillers and espionage, one of my favorite genres to read. He apparently fell overboard from his yacht. How does one fall overboard from your yacht? How does one do that? How does one hang themselves in a cell when you're supposed to be monitored 24/7? How does that happen? This is why we say that this is the biggest scandal, not just in the United States political history, but this is arguably one of the biggest scandals of all time, period. Like, period. The story continues. Jeffrey was found in 2019, but relatives believe that he was murdered to silence him. Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, is serving her 20-year sentence. Security sources say Robert Maxwell was a Russian asset from the 70s when he worked to extradite Soviet Jews to Israel with the involvement of Israeli intelligence services Mossad. I'm going to go back to the fact, again, this is the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail would be considered far-right, propaganda, conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, low on factual reporting. But this story has been reported by numerous news outlets, and they're sharing the same thing about all these financial connections. In the honeypot idea, the idea behind the honeypot is that the claim is that the Russian government, it's always been Russia, friends, Russia, Russia, Russia. Here they are again. Russia, 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 and follow the fucking money. Right? The claim has always been that part of Putin's wet dream is to get compromised information on Western leaders, whether it be Western leaders in government and entertainment, wherever it might be, right? Exactly. Follow the fucking money, Danielle. So this is what they're talking about. So that he became an asset, whether it be a spy or whatever, for Mossad, for the I country. You have to be careful about that one on this app. We love the TikTok shop. Whether it be through the I country defense ministry and or the KGB, and that part of these kinds of things would be to have compromising information on Western leaders, in particular people in American government. Think about the reporting from Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff is the biographer who's probably spent more time with JE than anybody. He talked about it all the time, said, oh yeah, he's got dirt on everybody. He kept files. That's why there's cameras everywhere around his apartment, around his place on his island in New Mexico. So when you start, again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when you start to really put the pieces together as to who's been involved and how and why, and the weirdness surrounding JE's death, and the weirdness around Robert Maxwell's death and others, and then you hear, then you hear the egregious stories about the abuse. We're going to get into the, for lack of a better term, the only thing I can call it would be experimentation. And we'll talk about that. And I'm going to do my best to try to navigate through it because it's horrible. Security sources say that Robert was a Russian asset from the 1970s when he worked to extradite Soviet Jews to Israel, to the I country, with the involvement of the I country's intelligence service, you know the name of it. In return, they say, Maxwell laundered Russian money into the West with the help of JE. They think the financier was introduced to Maxwell and the KGB by an oil tycoon also in the pay of Russian intelligence. Probes into Robert Maxwell's businesses dealings have uncovered links not only to the KGB and Israeli intelligence, but also MI6. U.S. security officials also believe JE had long-standing ties with Russian organized crime who could have been blackmailing him. That would explain the ease with which Epstein appeared to be able to fly in girls from Russia. A source said, quote, you have Andrew, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, and all the rest placed in compromising positions on an island or in New York or New Mexico, bristling with technology. It's the world's largest honey trap operation. The Americans have been on this for years, but our lot have seemed more queasy about it, presumably because of the royal link. All the high-profile figures named in the files deny any wrongdoing. Doesn't it track? You're smart. Don't be biased. Just think about the information that I just shared with you, right? Think about what we know. Think about what we know. What we know is his financial network was from sea to shining sea. High profile people, royal family members, U.S. politicians, Silicon Valley technocrats, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All designed to get dirt on them because of what? What did the Russian government have over JE, or was it just a big ego play to say, we're going to put you in a position where you're going to get dirt on everybody and we will reward you handsomely, whether it be with money or access to girls, whatever that might be. Okay. There's pictures in the article of J.E. in Russian attire. And in a startling email sent to J.E. on September the 11th, 2011, an unidentified associate discusses at, quote, an appointment with Putin during a forthcoming trip to Russia. The individual tells J.E., spoke with Igor. This is quote, spoke with Igor. He said last time you were in Palm Beach, you told him you had an appointment with Putin on September the 16th and that he could go ahead and book his ticket to Russia to arrive a few days before you. J.E. appears to have had another meeting scheduled with Putin in 2014. In an email to J.E., Japanese entrepreneur Joi Ito tells the 3PO that another U.S. billionaire named Reid Hoffman, co-founder of website LinkedIn, was unable to join. Hey, Jeff, Ito writes, I wasn't able to convince Reid to change his schedule to go meet Putin with you. It is unclear whether this meeting ever took place. A subsequent email sent by Ito suggested it was canceled after Russian-backed forces shot down a Malaysian Airlines passenger jet over Ukraine on July 17, 2014, killing 298 people. These little things, when you start to remember certain instances, like we always look at them as isolated, right? We always look at them as isolated, like what that had no relationship to anything than Russia just shooting down a passenger jet. But when you start to put these pieces together and you understand how far mostly white men are going to protect themselves from their abuses of girls and boys, children, it starts to make sense. Writing to J.E. 3 days later, Ito said, quote, bad idea now after the plane crash, end quote. Meanwhile, in the 2010 exchange regarding the former Duke of York, Andrew, J.E. told Andrew that he was, quote, a friend who I think you might enjoy having dinner with. When pressed by Andrew for more details, Jeffrey replied, quote, she's 26, Russian, clever, beautiful, trustworthy, and yes, she has your email. Previously revealed, the MOS previously revealed how this woman, a blue-eyed blonde, was not only abused by J.E., but trafficked by him for many years, according to legal representation. Story continues. And then another email sent in November 2010, J.E. asks an individual whether he needs a Russian visa, adding, quote, I have a friend of Putin's. Should I ask him? Other messages revealed J.E. claimed he could give the Kremlin valuable insight into Mr. Trump ahead of a summit with Putin in Helsinki. But a pause right there, okay? Hang on one second. I thought I had this queued up. So as we get more and more of this information, right? I'm going to read that part. I'm going to read that part to you again. Probably know where I'm going with this. In another email sent November 2010, J.E. asks an individual whether he needs a Russia visa, adding, I have a friend of Putin's. Should I ask him? Other messages revealed J.E. claimed he could give the Kremlin valuable insight into Mr. Trump ahead of a summit with Putin in Helsinki. This is the reporting from NBC regarding that particular meeting.
It was one of the most extraordinary moments between an American president and a Russian leader. Their meeting framed by Friday's Justice Department indictment of 12 Russian agents for election meddling and the judgment of U.S. intelligence agencies, including Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats, that Russia interfered.
Remember, global intelligence services, our own intelligence services, MI6, others have all said the same thing, that Russia absolutely interfered in our elections. We've got this email thread now from J.E. in advance of this particular meeting, giving information to Russia about Trump. That's what's alleged, okay? Again, listen to this interview.
President Trump asked, who do you believe, President Putin or the U.S. intelligence community? His answer?
People came to me, Dan Coats came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be.
And
What conclusions can we draw from that? Right? Damn, this is fucking journalism. I love this shit. What conclusions can we draw from that? Again, the statement. Other messages revealed J.E. claimed he would give the Kremlin valuable insight into Mr. Trump ahead of a summit with Putin in Helsinki. This is the meeting that we're talking about, the sound that I just played for you. Global intelligence agencies told Trump and others that Russia did in fact hack into our interfered in the 2016 election, determined by the U.S. intelligence agencies, by a Republican-led intelligence committee of which Marco Rubio was either the chairperson or the vice chair. All those people, everybody agreed that Russia absolutely interfered in our elections. And when President Trump was asked about Russia's involvement, this is what he said.
We'll say this. I don't see any reason why it would be.
And the president complimenting an offer from Putin. Instead of turning over the indicted Russian agents, Russian officials would question the agents themselves, with special counsel Bob Mueller present.
I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think that's an incredible offer.
Tonight, the president's own intelligence chief, Dan Coats, shot back with a rare rebuke. We have been clear in our assessment of Russian meddling in the 2016 election, and we will continue to provide unvarnished and objective intelligence in support of our national security. Critics like former Obama CIA Director John Brennan unleashing.
Don't forget, John Brennan, that Donald Trump wanted to indict. Same fucking people. All the people who criticized him, all the people that said, listen, we've been looking at this intelligence data for fucking years. All of it's right here. And because it defeats the president's fucking narrative, his response is indict him. Okay.
It's something that is a disgrace, and that all Americans should be ashamed of that performance of somebody who holds the title of President of the United States.
Election meddling among the flashpoints that have helped sink U.S.-Russia relations. Others include Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea and its backing of a Syrian regime that used chemical weapons. But this morning, President Trump blaming tensions on the U.S. and the Mueller investigation. Tweeting, "Our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity. And now, the rigged witch hunt."
I'm going to pause right there. I'm going to read you this tweet again. Now that again, form your own opinions. I'm just trying to connect the dots for you, okay? The President of the United States, after getting global intelligence services to tell him definitively that Russia abso-fucking-lutely interfered in the 2016 presidential election. There is no denying it. Global intelligence communities, Republican-led intelligence committee in the Senate, all said the same thing. His hand-picked intelligence advisors, his hand-picked chiefs of staff, his hand-picks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the President of the United States says this: "Our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity, and now the rigged witch hunt." Okay.
Today asked, does he think Putin bears any responsibility?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think that the probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign. And they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. It was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily. And frankly, we beat her.
Putin revealing for the first time who he wanted to win.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Wow, interesting.
Because he talked about bringing the Russian relationship back to normal, Putin said.
Was there anything behind it, or was he just being honest at that moment? I think he's being honest, and I think he wants to cooperate with Trump. I think Trump is somebody that he thinks will do a lot of good for Russia. Whether
Gee, I wonder why.
This relationship will do a lot of good for America is a different question.
Those 4 hours inside Helsinki's presidential palace, a sharp 180 from President Trump's tense showdown last week with many NATO allies.
I think we will end up having an extraordinary relationship. I hope so. I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard over the years, and as I campaign, that getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
But Putin tonight dismissing suspicions that Russia has compromising information on the president.
Does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
I did hear this rumor, he said. It is hard to imagine nonsense on a bigger scale than this.
And I have to say, if they had it, it would have been out long ago.
We only have their accounts of what happened because President Trump and Putin spoke for more than 2 hours behind closed doors with just translators in the room. President Trump says there is the possibility of future meetings, and he's hopeful for progress.
Anyway, so now that you hear that, right? We've all heard that interview before. Now that we hear that, and we start to connect some dots of how deep J.E.'s financial network went and who his friends were and these emails, and the willingness of J.E. to provide information. What's the quote again? This is really important. This is the quote. Thank you. Amy Lee, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. Other messages revealed. This is information that came out from the J.E. files. Another email sent November 2010. J.E. asks an individual whether he needs a Russian visa, adding, "I have a friend of Putin's. Should I ask him?" Other messages revealed J.E. claimed he could give the Kremlin valuable insight into Mr. Trump ahead of a summit with Putin in Helsinki. The financier messaged Thorbjorn Jagland, then Secretary General of the Council of Europe, suggesting he could pass on a message to Putin about how to handle the U.S. president. In a June 2018 exchange, J.E. indicated that Vitaly Churkin, Russian ambassador to the UN, understood Trump after our conversations. He advised that Mr. Jagland, the former prime minister of Norway, could, quote, suggest to Putin that Sergei Lavrov, Russia's veteran foreign minister, can get insight on talking to me. Insight? Compromise? Somebody mentioned this in the chat, and I was thinking the same thing. There's long been that rumor of the PP tape, right? There's long been this rumor of Russia having video footage and or evidence of Donald Trump being peed on by Russian prostitutes. And we just think about how horrible that was. Like, we're like, okay, whatever your kink is, I don't judge, but how bad that was, right? Now that we hear other stories about these scientific experiments and some of the despicable and vile things that are alleged in these files, I think it's so much worse than that. J.E. told Mr. Jagland that Mr. Trump must be seen to get something. Mr. Jagland responded that he would meet Mr. Lavrov's assistants on the following Monday and relayed the message. Earlier that month, J.E. also messaged Steve Bannon, a Trump ally, to tell him that Mr. Jagland was due to meet Putin and Lavrov and was then staying overnight with him at his mansion in Paris. Okay. The extraordinary exchanges took place before the totemic Helsinki summit between Mr. Trump and Putin in July 18, during which the president insisted he did not think that Russia interfered. That's the sound that I just played with you. Another document reveals the FBI was warned that J.E. was believed to be a spy for the I country. A report by the FBI bosses highlighted how a source told the agency that Jeffrey was close to the former prime minister of the I country, Mr. Barack, and trained as a spy under him. In June 2013, J.E. sent an email to Mr. Barack saying, quote, Putin will redo his staff in the summer, bringing only very trusted people closer, more info on phone or face-to-face, end quote. The agency's unnamed sources also highlighted how Epstein was linked to a former leader of Putin's youth organization named Masha Dravoka, a San Francisco-based businesswoman who was once an ardently pro-Putin teenager and starred in a documentary that featured her kissing the autocrat. The source concluded that Mrs. Dravoska's company, Day One Ventures, was in Silicon Valley to steal technology. Here comes the Silicon Valley link. Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, others. It also details how the FBI spy discussed J.E. with Ms. Dravoka. CHS and Dravoka spoke, but Dravoka did not talk at all about technology. Instead, she looked at CHS and said, quote, "You knew Epstein, didn't you?" She said J.E. was a wonderful man and that it was crying shame what had been done to him. In 2021, a book by investigative reporter Greg Unger alleged before he was president, Mr. Trump established links with Putin, the Putin camp, via his 15-year friendship with Epstein. That's American Compromise. I've read this book. I've cited it many, many times. In the book, American Compromise, How the KGB Cultivated Donald Trump, Unger also claimed that J.E. relied on Russian pimps to supply him with many of the girls he abused. Unger believes the FSB, the KGB successor, may have acquired blackmail material from the many J.E. videos reportedly recorded at his famous friends with the girls. I don't think I can express enough how deep this story goes. Okay? So, what do we know? Let's talk about what we know, right? There's long been rumors and enough information and enough evidence to connect Donald Trump to Russian money. We know that from the investment properties in the 80s. We know that the Russian money, lots of Russian money, went to support failing Trump-era properties, including so much they were buying up floor space and then never moving in. Long talk about money laundering through his casinos, long talk about the compromise. I would highly recommend reading American Compromise by Craig Unger, because looking back on that now, if I had known the information that I know now that's come out in the e-files, I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't mind having a little bit more information, but it all tracks now. The layers are just there. It's one on top of the other, right? It's the money, follow the fucking money. It's the access to information. It's the compromising information on Western leaders, and particularly the American president. We already know how much money is there. We already exactly follow the money, though. We already know how much money's involved. We already know that J.E. would not be in a position to be connected to these people unless he was able to get dirt on folks. So if you connect the dots, he built this network of Western elites. Okay? He built this network. He brought them into these parties. He brought them into these calendar girl events. He brought them in on these despicable, horrible fucking crimes against children, involving, in some cases, murder and disappearing. And he's got the goods. He's got the video. He's got the pictures. He's got the transcripts. He's got the emails. And then he's like, listen, I can put myself in a big time position here if I connect with the right people. Hey, Vlad, I've got some massive fucking dirt on Donald Trump in particular and a lot of other Western elites. Do you want it? Yeah, I want it. There's your compromise. And then when you listen to the president at that Helsinki summit, I have no reason not to believe the president. I have no reason to not believe Vlad. In that same famous Helsinki summit, there was reporting that they had learned through, again, global intelligence services that Vladimir Putin had ordered bounties on the heads of American soldiers in Afghanistan. Similarly, when the president pressed him on that, Vlad said, no, I did not do that. Right? You believe me, right, Donald? And the Trump is like, of course. Yeah, why wouldn't I believe you? You see how deep this goes? This is fucking crazy. Crazy. And again, just as a reminder, day 52 of the Department of Justice breaking the law. And we have email exchanges redacting the name of the people who did it, the names that we're supposed to see public, referencing someone age 10 and referencing someone age 11. And the names, again, of the people that sent it are redacted, which is in violation of the law. But again, nothing to see here, right? Nothing to see here. Okay. I want to get into the whole Tulsi Gabbard thing, because I think in a strange way it relates, because you're talking about Russian interference into elections, which we know. Now, if Tulsi Gabbard is there, some people are saying they're trying to create this narrative that someone else did it. You could now argue that actually Tulsi Gabbard is there to make sure that there is no evidence of Russian interference, to scrub everything. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pissed that they don't. Of course, we're pissed they don't believe the victims. So the last little bit of sound that I want to play on this, there was, you guys know of the news agency, call it news agency, Project Veritas, right? One of the things that they do is that they get, sort of hidden camera footage on people. We've learned a lot from that, right? We've learned a lot. We also know that they've been sued for lying, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. But this is hidden camera video footage of Pam Bondi, okay? And it's a little bit difficult to hear, but I'm gonna play it for you. This was dated April the 28th of last year, and well, here you go.
Files are going to get released? We hope soon. Okay. So. Any dates? No. You know what it is? Tens of thousands of videos. Yeah. And it's all with little kids.
There are tens of thousands of videos, all with little kids. So they have to go through every one. So if we take this video to be true, and it certainly looks like Pam Bondi, certainly sounds like Pam Bondi, then she lied all summer long. Yeah. Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit, just because I want to make sure I play this today for you guys, because I think it's really, really important, because there's more. Again, it's the infighting within the White House. Before I do that, in that famous interview, and I shouldn't say famous, but this interview that the president did with NBC News last week, so a lot of revelations came out. And this is one, the president talking about his cognitive health.
Yeah.
I take cognitive physicals, so I do a cognitive mind test, okay? And a lot of people wouldn't be able to do very well. Not easy. You get to those last questions. I've aced. I've done 3 of them. No other president has agreed to do them. I do them because...
As a physician who has administered these tests that he's talking about, I will assure you that this is not the flex that he thinks it is. These examinations are not meant to be tough. And in fact, if they are tough, that's a bigger problem. They're used to measure cognitive impairment. And in this case, I think we got our answer.
Case in point, yeah, dance break. Case in point that if it's hard, then that's a bigger issue. I say that to you because the person who is at the top, in the royal chair in our government, the predator in chief, is losing his fucking mind. So this then brings us to, and I've got more that I want to talk about at JE, but I just need a little break from it. This now brings us to the amount of lies that are being told in the White House, and is part of the the distraction coming from why Tulsi Gabbard was even in Georgia. So let's start with Caroline Leavitt. Actually, no, let's start with Jake Tapper. He did a story on this, and this was last week, about how much the president knew, or how did he direct. The reason I want to play this now is because, from my perspective, this speaks to who's involved in the scandal, and it's everybody. So does Tulsi have a particular role? So let's start with that.
It was not. Trump tried to explain sort of why his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was present during that FBI search.
We have our director of national and international intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She took a lot of heat 2 days ago because she went in at Pam's insistence. She went in at
Pam's insistence. Remember that.
She looked at votes that want to be checked out from Georgia. They see, why is she doing it? Right, Pam? Why is she doing it? Because Pam wanted her to do it. And you know why? Because she's smart.
Pam is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. But why send Gabbard? It's a question that is baffling many senior intelligence officials and election law experts who say that Gabbard's job as director of national intelligence gives her no legal authority over an FBI search. Today, the White House tried to defend Gabbard's presence there after President Trump was asked about it in an interview with NBC.
Why is Tulsi Gabbard there?
I don't know, but you know, a lot of the cheating comes from it's international cheating. China or any of these countries are involved in our elections. That would bring her into it. And everybody knows that Russia, they talked about Russia, it turned out to be a hoax. It was Hunter Biden, it wasn't Russia. Look, we have to have honest elections.
Yeah.
There should be nothing wrong with the fact that they went in, got ballots from a while ago, and they're going to look at them. And now they're going to find out the true winner of that state.
Got it.
Oh, you want to know the true winner of the state of Georgia in 2020, President Trump? I can clear that up. It was President Biden.
Correct.
No matter how badly you wish that were not true.
Correct.
The idea that Trump won Georgia has been thoroughly debunked.
Correct.
By Republicans and multiple recounts and audits and top officials in Trump's first administration. Even the Republican governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, refuted Trump's claims back in August 2023 when he tweeted, quote, the 2020 election in Georgia was not stolen. For nearly 3 years now, anyone with evidence of fraud has failed to come forward under oath and prove anything in a court of law. Our elections in Georgia are secure, accessible, and fair, unquote. But the truth is not what this is apparently about for President Trump. It's about his ego. But that's not my interpretation of this. That's what he said today.
They rigged the second election. I had to win it. I needed it for my own ego. I would have had a bad ego for the rest of my life. Now I really have a big ego. Beating these lunatics was incredible. The first time, you know, they said I didn't win the popular vote. I did.
Remember, that's at a bipartisan prayer breakfast.
Correct.
President Trump, again, did not win the popular vote in 2020.
Correct.
The real issues here, though, when it comes to whatever investigation the administration's cooking up when it comes to these ballots, is A, the Trump administration and President Trump regularly lies to the public about even things that we can see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears. And B, we already know what happens when President Trump requires a preordained outcome in law enforcement activities related to his political desires. Just look up FBI Director James Comey or New York Attorney General Letitia James. Hence, Attorney General Bondi understanding the assignment and sending Tulsi Gabbard down to Georgia. We'll see what they come up with. With us now, CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin.
Okay, so there's that side, right? So the president says, oh yeah, Pam did it. Okay, well, somebody might have wanted to tell Pam that because, again, journalists questioning the attorney general. Here you go.
A little confusion with DNI Gabbard was down in Atlanta last week for the Fulton County search. Originally, this office said that she was not part of the investigation. She put in a letter to Congress that President Trump directed her to do so. And then now President Trump yesterday said that it was at your insistence that she went down there. So
again, Gabbard writes a letter to Congress saying the president told her to go. The president said that Pam told her to go. And then Pam's reaction is what?
What is the case here?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. It's that's interesting because DNI, Gabbard, and I are inseparable. We are constantly.
Can you guys tap like crazy? We just got another bit of a warning. I need your help. Everybody could tap like crazy. I would really appreciate that. Thank you, friends. And if you have gifts to give, please consider doing so. We are still raising money towards our Do Something tour. If you want to contribute to the cause, that's what this is tracking. We're marching towards 25K. If you'd like to donate, you can do so at Factsstillmatter, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Thank you, friends. Tap like crazy.
Together, as are the people behind us. We constantly talk. We collaborate as a cabinet. We're all extremely close.
Really?
Know what each other. What we're doing at all times, pretty much, to keep not only our country safe, but our world safe. And she was down there with Deputy Director Andrew Bailey of the FBI. And I'm not going to talk about any other details of that matter right now because Georgia's a very important issue to us.
Is it?
She was there We're inseparable. That's all I'll say. Thank you. Go ahead.
That the DNI, the Tulsi Gabbard's presence in Atlanta during a law enforcement search, are you concerned at all that that could taint whatever the FBI is doing and whatever findings come from that investigation?
Absolutely not. And Andrew Bailey was taking the lead down there. He's Director Patel's deputy.
Throwing somebody else under the bus now?
Director of the FBI. Thank you all. Thanks.
So that question obviously caught her off guard. President said, Pam did it. Tulsi Gabbard said, the president told me to go. Pam being left out of the loop, but apparently she and Tulsi are inseparable. Maybe not. And then Caroline Levitt, of course. Caroline had to chime in because she was being asked the same question. Explain it to us, Caroline, please.
President Trump himself ever asked DNI Gabbard to head down to Fulton County, Georgia?
The president was asked and answered that question just yesterday. I've seen a lot of the media in this room get very caught up with the semantics of why Tulsi Gabbard is there. I will tell you why, and the president agrees with this, because election security is essential to national security. And as the director of national intelligence, it is a part of Ms. Gabbard's role to make sure that American elections are free of foreign interference and that American elections are safe and secure. And so the ODNI director is working with the FBI on this effort, and the president wholeheartedly supports both Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard in ensuring that American elections are safe, are secure, and are free of foreign intervention.
Is there any indication that there's foreign influence?
Federal law enforcement's involvement in the search.
Excuse me one second. It's the media who has said that there's Russian interference in American elections. You guys have been saying that for many, many years. So the people, the people in this room, considering that you all said for many years that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump, you should all be very happy that we finally have an administration that is looking into that, and we'll be happy to keep you posted. Michael.
So let me see if I can unpack this. Let me get the decoder ring out. Tulsi Gabbard lets Congress know the president ordered her to go. The president said that Pam ordered her to go. Pam said, I don't know. I didn't order her to go, but I got to scramble because the president just said I did it. And I'm going to throw Andrew Bailey under the bus, whoever the fuck he is. And Caroline says, nothing to see here. When all you can do is fucking lie, this is what happens when the lie catches up to you. Remember the times in high school? I'm not saying that I ever did this. When you would call your buddy and say, dude, you tell your folks that you're going to my house. And he said, okay, you tell your folks that you're going to my house. Deal? High five. And of course we got busted. But that shit never happened, right? I mean, I heard other people got busted. Okay. Just want to make sure I understand exactly what we're talking about here. Just want to make sure everybody understands that there are one lie on top of another lie, on top of another lie, on top of another lie. Now, Caroline, I hope you have a happy, healthy baby. I really, really, really do. I hope you have what are you doing, buddy? I hope you have a happy, healthy baby. I really do. But you're lying every fucking day. It's going to age you. You're lying every day. What do you need, buddy? What? You can't have that. No, you can't have that. It's chocolate. Sorry. Anywho, you get it. Fucking wild, man. How deep this goes. They're so incompetent. It's one thing to be liars, but to be incompetent liars is a problem. Hey, Drew.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I wanted to give you a piece of good news.
Okay. Just
for a change. It's kind of going back to, I had initially requested back when you were talking about the Super Bowl halftime show last night. But as you know, I'm in Deep Red, South Carolina. And I wanted to, are you familiar with the Rock the Country tour?
No, I'm not.
Well, I wanted to give some background on it. The Rock the Country tour is Kid Rock and Jason Aldean's tour that they do of, it's supposed to be 7 cities. They claim small towns. They say they go to small towns, and it's basically a music festival for conservatives is what the point is. It's supposed to be any, counter programming to whatever, everybody else who's out in the world. But I wanted to give you a piece of good news, and they had a show scheduled in Anderson, South Carolina. Show's been canceled. Artists like Ludacris claims he was never really supposed to actually be in it, that there was some wires crossed and they put him on the poster and the promotional stuff. Anyways, he backed out. Artists like Shine Down said, we don't want to divide right now. We're here to unite, so they backed out. Creed backed out. I mean, if you lost Creed, you're deep.
Wow.
But basically, I mean, to me, like, that's a piece of good news, because I think that he's probably going to see more cancellations. I mean, that's 1 out of 7, but I think he's going to see more cancellations. I think more of these, I'm going to put quotes around them, artists are going to be backing out. And if it can happen in where I am, it can happen elsewhere. So just a little piece of good news. Not everything is rosy for lip syncing Kid Rock today.
I appreciate that, bro. That's excellent.
Canceled.
Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Be safe.
No problem, buddy. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
With lies wide open, yeah. You want to hook your wagon to that star? There was also issues last night apparently with the stream, right? I mean, let's be honest, Kid Rock's not getting any younger, so I'm not surprised he's having issues with his stream. But there was some technical issues with the stream, so they had to direct people to the YouTube channel. What a fucking shit show. What a fucking shit show. But, oh yeah, whatever. That's just how it goes these days. Thanks for that, Drew. I appreciate that. Copyright issues? Sure there were. Good morning, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm standing.
Good.
Sitting.
Well, you're
here.
sitting. You're sitting.
Yes. Yes.
So I wanted to go back to this cognitive exam that Donald Trump keeps talking about as your resident medical professional. Just
please.
to tell, like the doctor said that was talking about it, these are not tests to be so proud of. We're talking about like remembering the list of 3 words that the doctor told you and draw me a clock that shows 3 o'clock and counting backwards from 100. But I find it interesting that he had to take it multiple times.
Yeah.
That for me is very interesting. And the other thing that I think is interesting is that what people don't understand is that, and this is just for information purposes only, I'm not trying to say that somebody has this, is that lying blatantly is part of cognitive decline. Yeah, it's particularly in dementia patients. This is just a fact, not an accusation. It's called confabulation. You see it in when the patient is trying to fill in their memory gaps or trying to hide confusion. And you see it specifically what's called behavioral variant frontal temporal dementia. And that comes along with a very specific lean forward. And it also comes with disinhibition. So it's like deterioration of their ability to like control themselves, their judgment. They have no clue or care about reckless behavior and the consequences that follow it. So I just want to let people know that. I mean, it kind of fits a specific picture of what we may or may not be seeing right now.
I was going to say, combine that with a person who was already a malignant narcissist, and you get what we got.
And combine that with somebody who has a family history.
Correct. Yeah. He seems, I think to your point, he takes pride in person, woman, man, camera, TV. You shouldn't be taking pride in something like that. If you can't pass that test easily, then there's a bigger problem. It's not hard. It's not intended to be hard, right?
Well, I mean, this is anecdotal, but my father passed away from brain cancer, the same one that John McCain had. And my father was a heart surgeon. And when he was diagnosed, he could not draw a clock that said 3 o'clock. And it wasn't because he was stupid. It was because the tumor had invaded that area of the brain, which is able to contextualize and put it all together. And And, but if you asked him to talk about the Constitution or about Mozart or Beethoven, he could absolutely do that. But that area of the brain was affected so deeply that he was no longer able to draw a clock at 3 o'clock. And so it is, in fact, like something that does happen, and you can speak very educatedly and clearly about certain things, but when you go to do these cognitive tests, which have been shown to show areas of the brain that are affected, they just can't do it.
And your dog agrees, apparently.
Well, she hates MAGA.
Yeah, well, good dog.
Yeah.
Good dog. Thanks for that, Jen.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Jen. And by the way, friend, thank you for doing something. By the way, you know what I'm talking about. I appreciate you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You got it. Talk to you later. Be safe out there. It's a really good point. I mean, we can see it, right? They talk about the confabulation. I was reading about that as well. It's one of the telltale signs, early indicators. When you believe things are in your head, you believe them to be true. So you fill in the gap, right? You confabulate all this bullshit. And sure enough, here we are. Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog. Somebody here requested, I guess they bailed. Okay. So we've got the lies connected to why Tulsi Gabbard's there, right? We've got all that. We've got the amount of lies connected to that. There's no reason for her to be there. No reason whatsoever. The president sent her. She told Congress that. The president said he told Pam Bondi to send her. Pam Bondi's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I didn't send her. You sent her. But of course she wouldn't say that. And then Caroline doubles down and doesn't answer the question. So that's what we've got. Leadership at the Department of Justice and through NDI. So weird, right? That we have those people that are telling us all kinds of different things. They should try to get their lives straight.
5 minutes, my brother. 5 minutes.
Okay. I got you. I got you. So if you guys have some coins you want to send our friend Memo's way, feel free. If not, I'll let him get to 1,000 coins and then we'll move on. Okay. So what I want to talk about now is, and I mentioned this earlier, it's been a struggle for me to try to have these conversations about the just horrible, horrible crimes against girls and boys, children. I made a commitment to you that I won't get into the graphic details. I'm going to do my best, but this story is one of these things that becomes a bit underreported. Because of the, thank you guys, appreciate you. A bit underreported because I don't think people are really sort of connecting the dots in the way at least my brain does, because I'm always looking like, what's the reason behind this? It's one thing to say you are this sick, fucking twisted individual, which J.E. was, but there's all the money and there's all the relationships and there's all the networks of people, including people in science, okay? So a lot of the reporting has come out about how the series of, I'm trying to be very careful how I say this, victims disappearing. Okay, and there's references in the file, so trigger warnings for all this part, guys. I'm going to do my best. I won't be do my best to not be graphic. I can't promise that I won't, but here's the sitch. So there's numerous allegations of disappearing. There's video from the Epstein estate in the island where there's like a trap door, photographs of a trap door that leads down to the water. All those kinds of things, and conversations between people referencing sharks, and that's why we take the head off and leave the body, all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to try not to get into all that today, but I think the bigger picture is some of the things that J.E. was intrigued by and interested in and how it relates to what we see. So there is reporting, let's see if I can find this. J.E. files reveal deeper ties to scientists than previously known. Latest batch of documents show researchers consulting the financier and offender on publications, visas, and more. Newly released files from the investigation of convicted offender J.E. reveal that his ties to the scientific community were deeper than previously known. J.E., who unalived by suicide after being arrested, was a wealthy financier who invested millions in science projects and socialized with researchers. It was already known that after Epstein's initial conviction of crimes in 2008, some scientists continued to associate with and take money from him, prompting fallout at top research institutions. For instance, J.E. gave $800,000 to MIT in Cambridge, which led to 2 scientists resigning and the university suspending another. Last Friday's release of more than 3 million files linking to J.E. included emails, photographs, and financial documents, has unveiled even more scientists in his orbit. Mentions of the researchers do not indicate wrongdoing or involvement, but they do shed light on how deeply he was involved in some of the science he funded. This is the largest batch of files made public to date, which after Congress, of course, passed the Epstein Transparency Act, 52 days that they broke in the law, mandating that federal government release all documents pertaining to the financier. The files include new information about interactions between J.E. and scientists whose links to him were already known. For example, the documents contain correspondence from theoretical physicist Lawrence Krauss, whose science outreach organization received $250,000 from J.E. Quote, "I thought we agreed, no comment," J.E. wrote in 2018, as Krauss responded to media inquiries about investigation of sexual misconduct that led to Krauss's ousting from Arizona State in Tempe. Krauss explained his interaction with Epstein in an email to Nature, quote, "I sought out advice from essentially everyone. I knew when false allegations about me were circulated." He added that had he known knowledge of the horrendous crimes with Epstein that he was accused of, I was shocked as soon as I and the rest of the world learned when he was arrested. I share that with you a little bit. That's kind of the top level. I want to get into the really disturbing part, because his relationship with the scientific community is something that's not being talked about enough, in my opinion. We talk about it from the banking community, from the tech community, from government, but why he himself was so heavily invested into the scientific community? Headline of this story, reported by The Telegraph and reported by the Wall Street Journal. This is from the Wall Street Journal. J.E.'s sinister plot to seed the human race with his DNA. Since J.E.'s death in 2019, wave after wave of evidence has put him at the center of a wide-ranging network of schmecks, money, and influence involving many of the world's richest and most powerful men, as we know. But the 3 million documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice last week show that, as well as his criminal sexual proclivities, the convicted offender was also obsessed with genetics and improving the human race. The new files revealed racist and schmexist conversations, as well as a fascination with transhumanism, a branch of philosophy that incorporates eugenist ideas and artificial intelligence. Think again of the people that are involved. Peter Thiel, Elon. Again, when you start to pull on these threads, it's J.E. was also in advanced discussions about funding a gene editing company and preoccupied with certain racial characteristics such as blue eyes. Among the most galling exchanges are those connected to race. J.E., who was first convicted in 2008, speaks freely of his belief that black people are genetically predisposed to be less intellectually developed than whites. In one 2016 email to Noam Chomsky, the linguist and activist, J.E. states that the test score gap amongst African Americans is well documented, and that making things better might require accepting some uncomfortable facts. Another exchange gives a better sense of what those uncomfortable facts might be. An email conversation with German cognitive scientist Jascha Bach, an influential figure in AI who was working at MIT at the time, where he had received a 300,000 pound donation from J.E., implies that Jeffrey was interested in the possibility of genetically modifying black people to make them smarter. Man, oh man. In one message written to J.E. in 2016, Bach wrote, quote, "If I understand you correctly, you're suggesting you might be able to make blacks smarter by changing the time for motor layer development." Their conversation appears to be based on a pseudo-neuroscientific belief that there are, quote, layers to cognitive development. In the exchange, Bach argues that black children's motor skills develop faster than white children's, apparently at the cost of more advanced development. He asserts this is because Africans are adapted for a more running, hunting style of life compared to Europeans, who are adapted to deferring pleasure as part of agriculture. In their exchanges, J.E. accepts the argument and goes on to assert the gender differences too, moving from racism to sexism. Later, Bach suggests that mass deaths of the elderly or infirm might be a good thing. Too many people, so many mass executions of the elderly and infirm makes sense. If the brain discards unused neurons, why should society keep their equivalent? To which Epstein does not push back. I don't like experimentation, like scientific experiments. There's reporting about, I can't do that today. Different day. Bach has since distanced himself from such views. In November, he told the Boston Globe that, quote, race is itself not causal in cognitive differences, of course, and later research brought to me to my current view that race is not casual for differences in development, and race is not a determinant of IQ in children or in adults. Jeffrey's initial conduit into the world of science was reportedly John Brockman, a literary agent who represented popular science writers, including Jared Diamond and Richard Dawkins. They met in 2004 at a dinner that Brockman hosted in California. Having enjoyed Brockman's introductions, J.E. quickly became ingratiated with scientists keen for funding who found in the financier an often willing supporter. On one of his websites, J.E. boasted of having, quote, the privilege of sponsoring many prominent scientists. Some eventually turned their back on him, but others remained in touch for years after J.E.'s proclivity became clear, just as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Peter Mandelson did, both of whom have, been removed from their positions of prominence. In 2006, Epstein organized a conference on St. Thomas in the British Virgin Islands where speakers included Stephen Hawking. Although the conference was about the theory of gravity, one attendee reported that J.E. appeared interested in perfecting the human genome and how inherited traits could lead to superior human beings. It was not his only foray into the field. He donated $6.5 million to Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics and held a launch there. In 2011, he donated $20,000 to the Worldwide Transhumanist Association, now called Humanity Plus. Indeed, the latest tranche of files paint a picture of a man who was obsessed with the idea of genetic superiority, a Jew who cracked jokes about the Holocaust and was fixated on Aryan characteristics. In emails, he repeatedly stressed the desirability of blue eyes, which he was convinced were a sign of intelligence. He sought blue eyes in the women he procured for sex, but also in the company, but also another company. One document lists the attendees at a science convention alongside their eye doctor, their eye color. From J.E. to redacted. How many people on the smart list have blue eyes? Please calculate and highlight each. That was dated January the 9th, 2015. His interest was not merely theoretical. As an investor too, Jeffrey was fascinated by the possibility of designer babies and genetically engineered children. In one document released by the DOJ, Jeffrey recounted a conversation with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor about cloning, one of several times cloning comes up in the e-files. Quote, I want to start cloning things. Me, he says. And with certain people, Prince Andrew got upset because he was all, if I had a conscience, if it had a conscience, could you kill it for spare parts? And I said, I'll make it without a head. Would that make you feel better? While he may have been joking with the then prince, he was serious about starting his own designer baby company. The documents published last week include a 2018 exchange with Brian Bishop, a cryptocurrency entrepreneur, again, Think about all these little things, right? The early days of crypto. Why do we not regulate crypto now? Right? You think about all these things. Why do we not know who some of the donors are to World Liberty Financial? Why do we not know all these kinds of things? When you start to get to the pieces, to me, it's always about follow the fucking money. The documents published last week include a 2018 email exchange with Brian Bishop, a crypto entrepreneur who was looking for funding for a, quote, designer baby project. Jeffrey replies, quote, I have no issue with investing. The problem is, I have no issue with investing. The problem is only if I am seen to lead it. This was a decade after J.E. had pled guilty to his first charge of soliciting prostitution from a minor. The following July, he was charged with the trafficking of minors. A month after that, he apparently lost his life to suicide. Okay. In the email exchange, Bishop agrees with Epstein's assertion that he would need to be unnamed, saying he had always assumed there would be, quote, anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify who these are or their parents are or benefactors. It would brand the children as, quote, essentially and sadly, again, that sentence, we can't publicly identify who these are or their parents or benefactors. It would brand the children as essentially and sadly a freak for life in the media. Apparently there's something, I don't know, something to do with gifts. I don't know what that is. Somebody just said something. I don't even know what it is. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. From J.E. to Brian Bishop. I'm traveling in Mideast. This is dated, let's see. So dated July 21st from the designer. The subject is designer babies in an email. I shit you not. That is the subject. It says designer babies. From J.E. to Brian Bishop. I'm traveling in Mideast until the 1st. Let's do it after that. I have no issue with investing. The problem is only if I am seen to lead it. In response, the next day, July 22nd, 2018, from J.E. to Brian Bishop. Sounds like you could be the first investor as long as absolute anonymity is kept. I have always envisioned there would be anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify who these are or their parents or benefactors. It would brand the child as essentially and sadly a freak for life in the media. So I had always assumed the investor would need absolute anonymity for these kinds of products. So the financial structure needs to be designed with these details in mind. It's experimenting. How much can they take? Don't forget, there's that one piece of evidence that came out last week, trigger warning, where there's an allegation made against Donald Trump that he was, how do I say this, testing the tightness of girls. And you're right, Alex, calling babies products. In later messages, Bishop outlined the funding that would enable the project to evolve beyond, quote, garage biology, moving towards the first live birth and possibly a human clone within 5 years. The world will never be the same again, Bishop says, much less the future of the human species. Reporters approached Bishop for comment. When previously questioned about his connections with the disgraced financier, he said, "We never took funding from J.E., and I'm proud of that." The revelations of the past week follow previous reports that J.E. was planning to use a 7,000-acre ranch in New Mexico as a facility where he would seed children with his own DNA. In 2019, just weeks before Jeffrey died, the New York Times reported that he had confided in a number of scientists and others about his plan. According to the report, during the early 2000s, J.E. repeatedly spoke of his desire to use his Zorro Ranch as a base in which women would be impregnated with his sperm and give birth to his babies. The property was reportedly one of the places where J.E. abused young women, girls, and minors. Jaron Lanier, an influential computer scientist and one of the New York Times' key sources, said that J.E. had modeled his plans on the repository for Germinal Choice, a sperm bank in California founded in 1980. The founders had hoped the bank would be stocked with Nobel laureates to improve the human gene pool, but only one Nobel laureate contributed before the facility closed in 1999. For his own scheme, J.E. reportedly planned to have 20 women at a time impregnated. He was said to have used opulent dinner parties to screen possible candidates, namely attractive women with impressive literary credentials. Other sources quoted the New York Times said that Epstein had also discussed an interest in cryonics, the unproven field of science which is focused on freezing dead people's bodies with a view to bringing them back to life in the future. He reportedly spoke of a desire to have his own head and penis frozen. Despite the lurid details, there is no evidence that Epstein's breeding ranch at Zorro ever got beyond the dinner party conversation stage. But apart from the shocking suggestions of cozy corruption and abuse among the global elite, the latest files confirm the impression of a deeply strange and twisted man whose criminal sexual activities went hand in glove with other sinister fascinations: race, gender, and genetic superiority. Epstein might have been obsessed with improving the human race, but he was also one of its most gruesome examples. So what do we do with that information, right? I would summarize this to say that his network, his global network of abuse, eugenics, absolutely, Candice, absolutely. That's where I was going. His global network of abuse wasn't just about his twisted and despicable and vile sexual proclivities, wanting to grape young women and young girls and boys. He wanted to experiment. He wanted to experiment. He wanted to determine some of the attributes that he liked the best, including their eye color, their tightness, their ability to think. And he wanted to seed. He wanted to seed women, girls. 1930s Germany, absolutely. So I think if you, again, one of the reasons that he probably ended up going to girls, children, 10, 9 years old, groom them so that they're ready when the time comes, and then spread his seed. And you think about the people involved in the industries that he's talking about: crypto, advanced technologies, whatever that might be. Whatever that might be. These people are disgusting people. They are, there's not even a word you can use to describe them. Hey, Sue, how you doing?
Hey, Steve. I'm glad you went through that, because I was confused. It was yesterday. I was scrolling through doing the things that we do, and I found a MAGA Live where the guy was claiming that Epstein was funding surgeries on transgender children. I think this is another instance of trans mice again, dude. He was just confused at what transhumanism was. I think he was just being an idiot and didn't realize. I'm glad you went through it, because that was eye-opening for sure. Now it definitely gave me some more ammunition for when I'm out there. But yeah, that was I was confused when I first saw that, and this kind of clicked it together. It was like an immediate light bulb moment the moment that you started going through that. So thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. Everybody keep tapping the screen. Let's show Steve some live. Let's get this up there to 1 million.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Soup's part of our little journey into the MAGA spaces. It's just, I mean, to call it depraved is like, that's just understating it. Hello, Victoria. Your hair is straight.
Thanks. You know, sometimes I do it straight. I had to do my emo phase when I was younger, so when I straighten it, brings that back.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Okay.
This crazy stuff. I know I sent you a message because I think that this topic is really interesting, especially with, if you all don't follow Laura High, she is here on TikTok. She's a comedian, but she also talks about being donor conceived and what that community looks like. I think that the more that this goes, more information comes out, we're going to start seeing some more sinister things coming out of this. Because we know that the donor conceived population, really just the industry, does not have good guardrails, if you will. And this is part of that. We know that because of the United States, because of our laxed rules around donations, that kind of thing, that we have people from other countries who are paying hundreds of millions of dollars to have over 100 children. Born in the United States, who are then taken back to their countries. This is just that. This is we are looking at genetic modification for babies. We're looking at that across the board, and yeah, like, this is not okay. Like, this type of thing, and I think we need to bring up that predators and what he is utilize social relationships. They build out webs so that when things come out, it's easy to deny it. It's easy to say, well, you know me, I'm such a good person. Why would you think that? That they groom the adults in their lives just as much as they groom children, just as much as they grooming those children, they're grooming the adults while they're doing it. And when you see people in the comment section defending philias and whatnot, call them out, tell them they were groomed by a person to say those things. Tell them that those are things that they're doing, because if we do not start pushing back on the mass grooming that goes on in our country, the grape culture that goes on in our country, we are going to this is never going to stop. And someone asked, what is donor conceived? This is if you can't conceive on your own, this is where an egg is given or a sperm is given. So that is what donor conceived is. There are a lot of donor conceived people because sometimes families can't have babies naturally, so it's a donation. And it kind of goes down there. But Laura does a much better job than I can of describing this and talking about this, and I don't want to take her platform as the fact that I don't know anything about it other than I've been learning from her, because I want to see legislation in Congress to better protect children that are born this way, because children deserve rights. They don't have a choice in the families they're brought into, born, all those things, and we need to put guardrails in place to protect them. That's the big part of this. But yeah, I think that this web is going to get more intricate and more disgusting. Yeah. So.
You know what's interesting too? Like we've all joked in the past about some of the wild, crazy Q conspiracy theories, and we're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Well, when you start to look into it a little bit, they talked about this, adrenochrome, from babies and all these kinds of things to extend life, and they talked about this global cabal of a P3DO ring. Well,
it's there.
Here we are.
Yeah,
here we are.
And I saw a comment that I came across where someone was like, well, if we put all those P3DOs in jail, that's going to end family members and whatnot like that. And it's like, that's the point. It's not stranger danger. It's someone who's already in your circle. As someone with young children, the most dangerous people are the people that are already in my circle, because they have access to me and they have access to my
You're muted.
See this over and over and over again. And quite often, people who are groomed into this not quite often, sorry, I misspoke, can become predators themselves because they've been taught the tools to do it and the trauma's there. So, I mean, this is that thing where we need to make sure that we are doing due diligence in our communities. This is why, like, I get a lot of pushback about not going to church, but I'm like, the idea that I'm taking my children to a spot where they're more likely to come in contact with someone like this is unacceptable. And I will not do that. That is a personal decision for me. Just like my children will not be able to have sleepover houses. And I don't want children spending the night at my house because to me, it is inherently unsafe. You are trusting people in a way that isn't. Now, I would never judge another family for doing those things. But for my family, for my safety, for my lived experience, and for my knowledge, I'm just not going to do that. And I think this is a big part of this. And a lot of this comes down to rape culture. Like, we have to address it.
We do. That's a really good point. I don't know what is going to change societally, but I just think people are starting to see that this is just so much bigger than any of us could have ever thought. I believe women, if we could just, as a culture, lean in a little bit more on believing women and understanding that if men could just stop raping women, it would probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in our society right now. And you just by reading what we read, and this goes even, I could take you down roads, I will eventually, but just the disregard for life. Just because rich people just feel like they can have everything. Not only do I have all the money, not only do I have all the power, not only do I have all the connections, not only do I have all the prominent spaces in society, now I want the perfect version of myself. And I will use girls and boys as victims, and I will discard them, literally discard them when I'm done using them.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you'll see it too with when we're having these debates online. A lot of these men and women who come up arguing this, quite often they believe it's okay to abuse children by spanking them, which is abuse.
Correct.
It is abuse.
Correct.
And it is not a far stretch for them to dehumanize children even further. That is a form of dehumanization. Correct. If you believe in spanking children, you are dehumanizing them. They are little tiny humans. As well as, it's not a far stretch for these same people to think it's okay to hit a woman. And it just gets more sinister than that. And someone said the Bible is where this starts. The Bible tells you how to treat your children and how to treat women. And if you're fundamentally believing those things and not deconstructing it, you can be susceptible to these ideologies and be funneled into a path where you are believing these things and doing these things and protecting groomers and protecting people who have no business being protected. And that's a big part of this. So I think that, I always tell people, I'm like, oh, well, if you're religious, like, of course you hate women because the Bible taught you to hate women. And people don't like that, but that's part of this. Someone said spanking is lazy parenting. Agreed. As a gentle parent or an attentive parent, I don't have to hit my children in order to get correct behavior. And I do not touch my children in that way for a plethora of reasons, past the fact it's abuse. It is abuse. If I'm not allowed to hit someone in public, even if I want to, even though I was raised in the 90s on the old school, like pull off the shoe and like, let's go. I'm not going to do that. And, don't confuse the parenting styles and whatnot. But I think that this is really interesting. I'm really glad I tuned in this morning because I was listening to that. I was like, oh, I want Laura to go down a rabbit hole on this because I feel like she'll be able to pinpoint more.
Send me her deets if you wouldn't mind so I can follow her and maybe get her on the show.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great. I'm going to send her over to you. But yeah, thanks for having me up.
I appreciate you.
Bye, guys.
Talk to you later. Be safe out there. I love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
It's just a world that none of us can think about, right? Like we're talking about eugenics. We're talking about genetically modifying people. And the only way to do that is actually test it. And to create his Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, 7,000 square feet, so that he can have a factory. Bring me the next one. Bring me the next one. And then at the same time, developing the next race of human beings, pushing science and doing it himself, meanwhile abusing them to get off. It's fucking twisted, man. I don't even think that's an understatement to call it twisted. That's just like an understatement. It's just like, Fiery, how are you today?
Hi, good morning. You've normally seen me as Anne Marie B. I just updated my name. So, hi. You talking about children this morning. Sorry, there was an ambulance outside.
It's okay.
Reminded me of a story that I saw this morning. And I just blanked on her name. I just saw it. But it comes from the 19th, and it's about a woman who ended up who's been donating her breast milk. And the main story was about her, but the openings talks about how ICE and DHS basically took a mother who had a 3-month-old infant and left the child. So I actually started a petition. I put it in your Discord about requesting that Keith Ellison charge them with child neglect. Because
I heard that story that she donated breast milk and clothes and all kinds of things. Yeah. I saw that. I saw that.
But that particular child did not eat for a day and a half because it couldn't take formula. It was 3 months old. They are lucky that Bree was able to donate and that child did not unalive from starvation. So yes, I did start a petition in your Discord to send to Ellison about charges being brought up against them.
Thank you. We'll share it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Be safe out there.
Right.
Yeah, I saw Jessica Craven's video on that. Absolutely gut-wrenching. Mom was detained. Child was not eating, newborn. I don't even know what to say about that. You read these stories and you listen to these survivors and you listen to these women now, girls then, men now, boys then, and it's just beyond even it's beyond any movie, it's beyond any script, it's beyond anything, and they're protecting people. It's a 50-second day that people in our government are protecting these people. They're protecting them. But trans athletes, but immigrants, but protesters. I just don't get it. I can't. Just a disregard for humanity. Hi there.
Hey, good morning. Good. How are you doing?
Okay.
Good. It's kind of come to me over the past couple of weeks. Like, there's so much that we refuse to see, the left and the right, and that we refuse to speak on because we're also afraid of hearing the "I told you so." But history has repeated itself. We're seeing it today with the TPUSA and the Schmittler youth. We're seeing it. We're seeing it play out. And what I've recognized is, like, we're creating T groups, whether we want to admit it or not. We're creating people that do. We want pushing them out of the country they've ever only lived in. We're pushing their families out. We're telling them that they're not allowed here because they're a certain color. Like, we are making our very own wars in 2026 to propel us through 2040. And I just don't know if I'm in the minority groupthink of that. Like, we're creating problems that are going to last us 50, 60 years, wars that will not end until I'm in the ground because of things that politicians refuse to apologize for and things that voters refuse to admit to.
I think that's, I don't think it's a both sides necessarily thing. I think that's an easy way to kind of move around it. I think it's people with power who are unwilling to call out their own, and which is what we're seeing with the Christian right in America currently. You know, the people that claim to be the party to protect women and girls are the ones that are the most guilty of abusing women and girls. It is currently one political movement that is protecting predators. There's no denying that.
Agreed.
There's
But
a
like, what are
law
like I'm
when
I'm a, I'm a
they're
Democrat independent.
breaking
Like,
the law.
what are the Democrats doing? What are Democrats doing right now? It's not enough for me. It is a right and left thing because the left isn't doing enough. We're not being loud enough. People are not angry enough. I saw someone crash out at an airport saying, "Hey, just so you guys know, the FC has been released, and you guys don't give a shit. You're not mad enough." And like that kind of stuff, that's what we need to be seeing from everyone, and we're just not. So it does feel like it's a left and right thing, even though it's not. It feels like that because we're so divided.
Yeah, well, we have to think about why we're divided, though. Right. The reason that, from my perspective, the reason that we're divided is because there are 77 million people in this country who voted for people that are protecting predators. Period. Now, I'm not here to apologize for any fucking Democrat. I don't give a fuck who's on the list. Lock them all up. Put them under the fucking jail. Put them under the jail. Now, your point is valid that we need to be angrier. Sure, but anger is one thing. It's the action. What has to happen? You need to get more candidates to run for office so that you can hold more people accountable. You need to rule with a hammer. Just like take a page out of Trump's playbook and take a sledgehammer to the government so that we can put protections in place for women, so that we can put protections in place for children, so that we can rebalance the Supreme Court, so we can get more money and influence out of politics. That's what we need to see. Because talking is a good game. I don't want performative anger. I don't want Hakeem Jeffries going out and stomping his feet. Fuck that. I want to rule the way that they rule, but do it for good for a change.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure thing.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Thanks for being here.
Fuck Trump.
I appreciate you. All right, thanks. Fuck Trump. Yeah, exactly. So, again, I'm not into performative crap. I can't stand it. I'm so fucking tired of strongly worded letters. I'm so tired. I mean, I'm so disappointed in Hakeem Jeffries. I'm so pitifully disappointed in him. Pitifully disappointed in him. You talk a great game, man, but you're weak as a leader. You're weak. Fix it. Fix it, or don't run for speaker. When you take the majority, step down because you're just not a good leader. Sorry, but I wanted so desperately to see you in that position, but you're just not a good leader, and I think he knows it. Everybody keep tapping. Let's see if we can get to a million. We're close. Hey, Tom. How are you, man?
Oops.
How you doing, bro?
Hey, good, man. How are you? You know, I wasn't going to jump up, and then I saw the look in your face when something was said about extremely bizarre, scary things that we're hearing now. And I thought to myself, it's like, I feel like there's a connection I'm making with the behavior of this whole MAGA movement throughout, that they create scenarios where we believe the projection that they have done. And think about it for a moment as projection that's on the highest scale we could ever imagine. That MAGA kind of created Q to point the finger at us. It's almost like as if they created that train out of control, that eventually Q was that. And Q came at us. So now when you hear something like that shit, and I do, we all go, oh my God, like I just got finished telling this person they're crazy for saying that stuff about us. And now we're feeling it and discovering it. I think that's part of why we're so befuddled when we hear and read this shit. I'm having trouble emotionally processing the idea that human beings are capable of some of the things that we have read. You look at how you entrench yourself in this, man. Like, holy shit, right? You know too much. So yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
It's true. Would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist? Not like your traditional flat earthers or that kind of shit, Tom. But would you consider yourself someone who like looks at conspiracy theories kind of like, oh, I don't know what that means here. I want to unpack that shit.
I look at them interest almost like as if it's a carnival act. You know, that's my interest. Like I go, oh, wow, I could see how a mind that thinks this way may spin that in this direction. You know, it's more a curiosity. I don't find myself at all ever really like I need facts. Like the reason why I'm thinking this way is because diabolical people are really great at being diabolical. That's what they do.
Sure.
And these people have been, if you think about every other narrative that we've been fed, as minor as they were, it's almost like right now, we can't even conceive of a lower bar at this point, right? So we're just saying, holy shit, it's in the seventh circle of hell right now. How can you get lower? So we're thinking in terms of that. But before that, we were fed other propaganda and, for us, lies and misleading stuff that they pointed it at us. So they continued to point at us with everything. And then when we discovered it, it was a traumatizing thing for us. I think this is becoming some of the highest levels of like trauma for society because we're hearing this stuff about kids and cream cheese. I can't say more.
Yeah. I know. I know.
And then, sorry. I don't want to get dark. So, yeah.
No, I was going to say, because I mean, like any conspiracy theory from the research that I've done on them, and it's a lot. There's always some sprinkling of the truth that's thrown in there because it has to start from someplace, right? So we think about, I mentioned this earlier, we talk about the Q and they talked about the adrenochrome and Pizzagate and the global cabal. Well, if what we've read in the e-files are true, then they were exactly fucking right. Just not the way that it was packaged. Just not the way that it was packaged, right? It was like, it was the left. It was only the left. And yes, this involves, I don't give a fuck who's involved. Don't fucking care. All these fucking monsters need to be thrown under the fucking jail or experimented on themselves. Absolutely. But it's just weird how it, to your point, like they positioned it as like, we're gonna throw all this chum in the water, MAGA, we're gonna throw all this chum in the water, we're gonna hide behind this thing called Q, we're gonna blame it on the left. Meanwhile, we're the ones that are doing it.
Yeah, man. And it's just, and it's not like, like I said, it's not conspiratorial, it's more that it's just comparing to other events and just having it every time this happens, right? Like, it's like saying every time this happens, I get hit in the back of the head with my collection of dishes, right? Every time there's an earthquake, my collection of dishes land on me. Maybe you should stop sitting under your collection of dishes when there's a fucking earthquake. So
it's a really, really good point. It's a really good point. It's so true. It is the ultimate psyop. This is the ultimate psyop that we're watching in real time.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Dude, I appreciate you letting me up. Have a good chat the rest of the way. All right.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you, brother. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Thanks for being here. I love Tom. It's right, though. I mean, think about it. It is the fucking swamp. This is the swamp, right? Now, I don't know how far people are willing to go down the particular road of who's protecting whom, right? Don't forget that was that famous moment that MTG said after having a conversation with Trump that she's like, a lot of my friends are going to get hurt. When Trump said that, a lot of your friends are going to get hurt. So once again, we're defending those people. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me play the PSA. I'll take a quick break anyway. I'll be right back.
TikTok. It is our intention during these live broadcasts to only provide fact-based information to the absolute best of our ability. We strive to never spread misinformation or to platform those that do. Opinions of our guests or commenters are theirs and theirs alone and do not reflect those of the host. Hate speech is not allowed, and we are diligent about policing it. This platform is for educational purposes only. We now return you to our regularly scheduled pandemonium, already in progress.
Something that Tom said that I think really just kind of stands out to me, and we've sort of been talking about it all morning, is just hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine this level of depravity. I don't know. I mean, the majority of people connected to this are going to get away with it, right? they're just going to get away with it, and it's going to continue to happen, and somebody else will do it, and then they'll learn from their mistakes. Right? They'll learn from their mistakes how to cover it up even more. Who else do we need to pay off? Maybe we shouldn't talk about this in terms of, territory. We shouldn't be on U.S. territory when we do this. Let's go find some other place to do it. And then that's where my head goes. And you talk about AI development. You think about the obsession with Greenland. You need cold weather to keep all the server farms cooled so that you can have these AI programs. As you're talking about more genetic engineering, maybe you think about Gaza. You think about the development over there. Out of U.S. regulatory eyes. You think about Eastern Ukraine and the settlement deals that they're working on as the peace summit, so to speak. Like, how fucking deep does this go? Like, how deep does it go? And we're talking about these just diabolical and just despicable, again, allegations. I don't need to see any more. I don't. I don't. I don't need to see any more. Let me briefly update a few things here. Let's see. Sarah, thank you so very, very much for your donation to the Do Something Tour. I appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you so much. Stephanie, thank you to you. Come to Kansas City. I'll be in that direction. That's on the route. Thank you so much for saying that. Terry, thank you very much. Appreciate you. To help with the Do Something Tour, love and appreciate you, Steve. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate you. Aaron, thank you so much, Aaron, for the Do Something Tour. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. And Erica, you don't need to do that, friend. Appreciate you. That's why I'm not covering the files, because I can't remain objective. That's fair. I appreciate you, Erica. Thank you so much. I love that actor. I think, and then it goes back to what we started with from the beginning of the day. Everything that we've known, everything we've talked about today, right? And as horrible as the stories are, I go back to this, right? I go back to this. This is what the Epstein Transparency Act was supposed to provide. Okay? This is exactly what that law was supposed to do, was to expose the people, in this case, the From. Who sent that? And what is the subject? Sent to JE with a picture, age 11. Does no one care? And another one, age 10. Discarded. And in many cases, if we, again, believe the allegations, schmurdered. Disposed of. Dumped. Just dumped. There is literally a trap door in Epstein's house down in Little St. James in the Virgin Islands that went right down to the water. We've heard of all kinds of stories, allegations, reporting about how children were just I can't even say it. Again, I want people to, these are the things we're talking about. So that when we have our protectors, our conservative, our Christian conservatives who care about kids, what you're going to say is, well, it's just an allegation. No, this isn't an allegation. This is evidence. This is an email sent to JE's email address from someone to JE, subject name redacted, age 11, with a picture. And again, the survivors in this case, their names are being shared. Their names are being put public. There is CSAM imagery that was supposed to be blocked out and redacted in the release of the files. We have Todd Blanche telling us that they're not going to do any more investigation. And MAGA is fine with it. Absolutely fine with it. Age 10, same person, likely, around the same time. Here's another picture. Age 10. Age 10. 10 years old. 10. And there are things I want I want people to think about this, because the 3 million documents that have been released, how bad they are. Imagine what we don't have access to yet. Why can't someone do something? What are we supposed to do? I mean, I'm with you. We can't fight them. We can't fight them financially. And they know that. And that's part of the point. That's why they insulate each other. That's why they protect each other. All I can do is remind people of a simple truth. You've got to look for the helpers. You've got to find people in your community that are willing to help. Whether that be, if you are so outraged by this, I want you to find something to do and do something, because we can no longer just be like, this makes me so mad, and then go sit someplace and be mad. It has to be a change. And I said earlier about how I want to rule with a fucking sledgehammer. If there's one thing that maybe Democrats can learn from how the Trump administration has governed, it's just that. Use the fucking executive order, use it all day long, and then force them to fight it in court. And then you release the names of every one of these motherfuckers, and you show up with the FBI, and you throw them in the back of a fucking van, and you round them all up together. And you bring them out into the fucking desert, and you turn it into a Breaking Bad episode. Seriously. It's unbelievable to me. It is absolutely unbelievable to me that people can look at the same information that we have, and because they've been indoctrinated into a fucking cult based on their fucking religion, based on their fucking bullshit, based on fucking lies and their mediocrity and their absolute fucking nonsense, that they can look at an email with a name redacted, violation of the law that says age 10, and not be as fucking angry as we are. It is a sunken cost fallacy. Exactly right. You've sold your fucking soul. You have sold your soul to defend the racism from the president, to defend the despicable and vile things that he has said about women and girls, including his own daughter. And here we are. Millions of documents, with millions more still being protected. 52 days violating the law. It's not like we're fighting back against a speeding ticket. It's not like they're violating the law about the release of a tax return. We're talking about crimes of the worst kind against children, girls and boys, and infants. I am not going to get into the whole cream cheese thing, but if you wanted to research that, it will absolutely disgust you. It will disgust you what they did to newborns. It will fucking disgust you. And you've got to be fucking angry. And you've got to turn your anger into action and motivation. And they'll blame everybody but the people in power that are doing it. And they've used your own worst characteristics, because you already didn't like brown people. You already didn't like black people. You already didn't like the gays. You already didn't like the LGBTQIA community. You already didn't like the disabled. You already hated every single marginalized category. And they leaned in on that. And they told you that they're all the threat. That they're the ones that are indoctrinating your kids. They're the ones that are raping your children. They're the ones that are trafficking. And they're laughing at you while they're saying, "Ha, man, that was easy. That was easy." For 20 cents at the pump. For 20 cents. For a stock market that's hit 50,000 that none of you have money in. For 20 cents at the gas pump. And they're laughing at you. They're mocking you. We told them that the trans community was indoctrinating kids. Holy fuck. Meanwhile, we are performing experiments on babies. Meanwhile, we want to spread our seed and genetically manipulate people. And the only way to really do that, The only really way to do that would be to actually have bodies to experiment with. Send me the picture. What color eyes does she have? Okay. There's one other I'm angry. So fucking angry. There's one more email that I wanted to read because I think it's, again, necessary that we cover this. It's one interaction between one of the survivors and I think I have it. I don't. It's okay. I don't need to play it. I don't need to read it. Talks about she's an A minor, and here it is. This is again from JE Vacation, or 2JE Vacation. Looks like in this case they were able to redact. This is dated April 4th, 2012. I'm sorry, April 3rd, 2012, 9:29 p.m. I went today to the doctor. They did a full check for disease. She said, I'm very good, but I got a virus called molluscum contagious. She said it's not dangerous, not even in children. I got bumps on my arms and on my pussy. Do you remember when I complained about a big bump there? I can't imagine how I could get this virus. Could only be somewhere from the gym or from sex, and I only have sex with you. So she said I need to go to a dermatology doctor, and she gave me a number of good skin women doctor who works with this kind of problem. I know you have a doctor, Victor, but I don't feel comfortable with a man doctor. Don't want him to see my pussy, only you. So what should I do? Make an appointment with a doctor? She recommended. To which JE responds, did you get prescription for birth control contraceptives? If not, go back and get it. We'll talk about the doctor later. People are going to get away with this shit. They're going to get away with it. They are just vile, despicable, disgusting people. They are fucking animals. They don't give a fuck. The entire millions, who knows how big this is, tens of thousands of people connected to this, access. And our president is inserted right in the fucking middle of it. And 77 million voters of his are just like, well, there's no evidence. Those are just allegations. And Ghislaine Maxwell pleads the fifth in Congress. But yet, she doesn't play the fifth when she's behind closed doors with Todd Blanche now, does she? No. She doesn't. Hey, Andrea, how are you? Andrea, are you there?
Sorry.
Andrea, it's okay. Was that an accident? I guess so. It needs to be beyond impeachment. There needs to be, I don't know. Hi, Anita. How are you? Anita, are you there? Anita? I guess not. We'll go till noon today, friends. Nuremberg, absolutely fucking Nuremberg. Every one of them. Every single one of them. No doubt. Even that won't stop it. It'll happen again. Hey, Smile, how are you today?
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve.
Well, thank you for all that you do. I want to say that. I didn't mean to tap into this space
That's so
today.
good.
But thank you so
No
much for
problem.
everything that you do. I love this is so, you have been so educating in the last few years for me. And I do appreciate all you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and being such a loyal follower. I appreciate you very
All this
much.
family here. Yes, thank you.
You got it. Thanks for being here.
Have a great day.
You too. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? Like, what else is there to say? I mean, how do we hold these people accountable? How? Hi, East. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Okay. What's on your mind?
Well, I just want to make a comment to one of the things that's been said by yourself and a few other people too, when they say, it won't stop here and there'll just be others that'll step in. There isn't going to be others that will step in. They've already stepped in. It's like with the D cartels. Soon as they take out one leader, there's somebody waiting right behind them to fill the gap. So it doesn't ever stop. Right now, someone is doing exactly the same things somewhere in the world. They've just filled the gap, and to them, it's a business opportunity, right? It's a need they're meeting because obviously there's a demand for this vile behavior, and there are other vile people waiting to fill the gap.
You're right.
And it's unfortunate, but it's true.
You're right.
This is so huge. So huge.
I agree.
Worldwide, country to country. At least some of the other European countries are starting to do something while we're still sitting on our hands.
Correct.
And did you hear what Jeffrey said yesterday when he said, Donald Trump, you got to do better? What the fuck?
Exactly.
What?
Exactly my point. Exactly my point.
That is as harsh a language as you can muster over this. He is Jeffries is not, he's beyond a disappointment. He is not the man for any political position, period. Him and Cory Booker.
That's for sure.
He's another one. Both of them need to be.
Chuck Schumer.
Chuck
Schumer too. I completely agree. I completely agree.
But they're the old guard. Cory and Jeffries are supposed to be the new guys, right? And they're disappointing us at every turn.
Agreed. Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me up.
Out there.
Bye.
You got it. Talk to you later. So today, I know that members of Congress are starting to see information. So we've got some sound from Jasmine Crockett.
It is so. I don't really know where we are in this country. Why are we even having this conversation? The United States is falling apart right now. Partially because he's going out and randomly allowing for the killings of people in the middle of the street. But the other part of it is that we have a 34-count convicted felon, and there are people that are still shielding him from any type of accountability as it relates to a child sex trafficking ring. It is time to take the blinders off. Like, I don't understand why we are pretending like any of this is normal. And I think that that is the level of frustration that so many people are bringing, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, specifically to the Epstein file situation. Because right now we know that they were willing to try to throw the Clintons in prison for not showing up, yet they won't even allow us to bring other people into committee who we know are mentioned in these files and mentioned so much more. When we went through the hearing as relates to the Clintons, I said, listen, we know that Donald Trump's name is mentioned more. Bring him in too. Like, I'm not saying that this should be partisan. This should be whoever. I want to be clear about that. This, for the Democrats, this isn't partisanship. This is about right versus wrong.
Plain and simple. It's about right versus wrong. Plain and fucking simple. Good morning, Dave. How are you today?
I'm good, brother. I love your show. Listening to all this, the disgust and everything that we feel, it's important for people to really understand the sinister truth, which is this has always been happening in our country. It goes all the way back to 1619 and the horrible treatment of people at the hands of men in power. Modern day gynecology, Henrietta Lacks, the Tuskegee experiment. This is nothing new. So the horror and the disgust that we feel is just the veil being lifted and us being once again able to see the dark, ugly truth. And it's not going to change until we as the people decide that we're not going to tolerate it anymore. That's all I got.
I agree, Dave. No, I appreciate that. And like I said, members of your community, it's nothing new, I'm sure. I think that's your point. But you're right. I appreciate you jumping in today. Thanks for being here, Dave. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the hardest part here, and Jasmine just said it, like, there's just it's just the disregard for humanity. That's what it is. It's just this disregard. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? It's just disregard for humanity. Over 20 cents for a gallon of fucking gas, or the price of fucking eggs, or the stock market. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. I'd pay $20 a gallon for gas if I knew that the predators in the Epstein list were all put in fucking jail or under it. I don't give a fuck. Don't care. I care about my neighbor. I care about victims. I care about survivors. I care about the marginalized communities. I care about people who are just under the threat of death every fucking day. I care about immigrants. I care about women and children, and this goes back to this whole thing, and I'll end the show with this. We see people now talking about American culture. And the only way that I can describe that back to them is they want a white culture. And they are willing to do anything, support anything, deny everything as long as they can get it. They see Donald Trump as the person that can give them white America. And they are willing to do whatever's necessary. They will literally sit there and go on a live or comment on a Facebook post or say anything about the LGBTQI community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They'll do all that fucking shit as long as they can get white America. And they don't care about children or women or any group of marginalized as long as it defends their bullshit. Hey, bro.
Hey, I'll be quick because I know you want to leave.
Oh, good.
I'm going to come up.
You're muted. There you go.
I wasn't going to come up, but I saw that email, and it hit home because that email was my son's birthday. And we were celebrating his 8-year-old birthday that day. And so I want to see, how do I switch my camera over? I want to show you guys something. There it is. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So those are my 3 kids that I adopted. Okay. That was their adoption day. We used to have to put emojis over their faces on Facebook. So I made them get masks, and once they were adopted, I had them pull the emojis off. Can you see it?
We can't see it if you want to.
How about now?
Now we can, yes.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
So these are my kids. I adopted them. That was adoption day. And we had to use emojis whenever we posted pictures because we couldn't show their faces. So I got them masks, and we had them pull off the emojis at court. So the reason why I'm showing this is this young girl right here, who in that picture is 6. She was abused by her biological parents at 4. And I know you've heard the story before, but I want these other people to listen. And so if I scroll through and you look at some of these pictures of how happy they are right now, that's tears of a clown right now, because she has so many issues right now that we have to deal with because of it. because of her memory of what happened to her. I'm shaking right now. She has panic attacks every day, like that. She thinks her heart is going to explode, and she's in therapy. And the other two kids saw it happen and whatnot. So when you guys talk about, well, I wanted cheaper gas or eggs or whatever, this is real life right here. I don't give a fuck about your eggs or your gas, which the president has no control over. This is what I care about. Kids, my kids, who I have to constantly reassure that people aren't bad. And men are, not every man is bad, but you have to watch yourself. And because it's every man until no man, all that stuff. But this is real life right here. She's turning into a beautiful girl. She's 15 now. I have to deal with what she's going to want in return from people. She wants people to like her, and and so, how do I switch this back over? Sorry, let me switch. There we go. And so she might look for negative affirmations because that's what she got as a kid. So again, I wasn't going to come up, but looking at September 22nd going, oh my God, I did the math. I'm like, my son was turning 8. And they were talking about 9-year-olds and 11-year-olds. I just don't understand. First off, that's disgusting. But for anybody who is backing any of these people, there's something wrong with you, especially if you have kids. My life changed when I got these kids. I went to work with no kids. I came home to 3, and they never left. And my life has changed completely. I don't think about myself. I think about them first, every day. Every day, to the point that last night I didn't sleep at all because one of their friends, unfortunately, was killed in a snowmobile accident. A 17-year-old kid. So, yeah, and of course with the separation, I'm an hour away. So all night I'm thinking of them. I called them this morning again, made sure they were okay. Told them I would leave work and come pick them up if they had to, and whatever. But it's about the kids. It's not about you, me, gas, eggs, whatever. How many of these kids that are still alive are going through the same things my daughter is right now? It's a lifetime of having handcuffs on you because you can't get past it. No matter how much therapy you do, it is always going to be there. So that's it. I felt like I needed to say this because of the conversation today.
You're a good man. You're a good man. I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for being here.
Have a great day.
You too. It's real life, man. This is what we're talking about. This should never be political. It should not be political. It shouldn't. If there's no humanity for the things that matter the most, like, if you cannot have humanity for, how do I say this? If you read what's in the files and you cannot just be absolutely fucking gutted by what you read. But no, there's 77 million people that need to have a camera in the room. And even then, that wouldn't be enough. For 20 cents. For 20 cents for the whitening of America to support American culture. Yeah. I got time for one more guest and then we'll wrap for the day. Hi, Karen. How are you? Karen, are you there? I guess not. Again, guys, it's a struggle to try to talk about this, and like I said, I didn't want to re-traumatize anybody, and I hope I didn't today. But we have to be able to talk about these things, because if we don't, who will? Right? So it's, I lose sleep thinking I knew this topic was going to be heavy today, and I knew that Ghislaine was going to take the fifth, and I knew that, there'll be more protections and then be more distractions. There'll be more lies. So I'm like, okay, well, we're going to talk about this. And there's so many things that we can't talk about, or that I won't talk about because they're how bad they are. But the things that we do, to me, is bad enough. But it's deeper than just what we see on the surface. It's so much deeper than that. I want to thank you guys for joining us today. I have the best mods in the business. They're amazing human beings, and I'm so grateful they're in my life. Best community out there. You guys do so much. I will remind folks again that we are in the process of trying to get yours truly out on the road to talk to people, because I want things like this to be part of those conversations. Not to say, not to make it political. That's not the goal. The goal is to remind people what is at stake here, what it is that we're talking about. We've got to expose people in power for taking advantage of us. We've got to hold people in power that are corrupt and complicit and despicable and diabolical and just filthy, disgusting human beings, and hold them accountable. And we should be able to unite behind that. Why we should have health care, why we should have a social safety net that protects the most vulnerable of us, why we need to fix our tax code so that it benefits the middle class instead of protecting the fucking predators. I think RTP's live. Go Ray J. Tell him we said hello. I love you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Got to do something, friends. I don't care what it is. Find something to do in your community and help